The next question will be who's depicted in this and the location.
We probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're going to be admissible.
Okay. But then the next question will be were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary? Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with that. House such presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all got a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up.
Don't watch
or
Facebook.
anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
They're leaving. Y'all are like, it's happy hour for the jury. And then hopefully, like, they go back to regular camera view if Detective Gaither steps off of the stand. But the jury is adjourned for the day. See if I can skip ahead. Who's? Doesn't matter. Fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm going to have to excuse everybody from utilizing cameras anymore. Oh my God.
Because
Oh my
there's
God.
an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness, and some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they had shown a picture that is now documented all over the internet.
Oh
This
no.
witness today, clearly, sitting in the witness box, being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of the witness. And so we need to get to the bottom of who took it, and
The names must be names.
and it was posted by somebody named Empress Fox Protect the Flag America, I guess, 2028. With the disclaimer, this was sent to me. I didn't take the photo or own it. So, one by one. I can't. You know what? Everybody come up.
Oh my God.
Microphone somewhere.
We might not be able to watch the trial.
Yourself and say what you need to say.
Ruin it for everybody. It's bad. This is bad, y'all. The names are mean. Good afternoon.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on the order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD. Not for sure she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay.
And remind me your name.
Yes, my name is Nicole Gordon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Wow. I didn't take any pictures.
I live stream. I didn't take any pictures.
Okay. I mean, you've got a couple, two or three different
devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I'm gonna take photos of the event. That's
All
right.
right. Or you are
I take pictures of them.
representing to the court that you do not take any pictures, any images of this witness. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that she said.
So it was a woman.
All right, and ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but she not even know who they are. Okay. No. Oh, sorry to the, okay. All right, thank you. I will do a show cause order to, Ms. Hall, and we'll find out from her. Why do people do this? That's it, this part of the proceedings. All right, so if, Ms. Love, you're gonna wanna deal with the rest of, hang on. If you are gonna want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're gonna have to hash out the admissibility of them, so. I had thought you were gonna introduce them with, Mother Sprinkle, but
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had. Because she had knowledge and could testify about people that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview. In other words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Gwen Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red. You hear.
so I guess what I need to know is, do you need to have these admitted with this witness?
Yes, the ones that I selected, not the whole 526 Yankee.
So I guess that means we're gonna need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're gonna have to do. So can you, tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Yes.
Or just hand them to me and I'll write them down?
Yes.
That might be faster.
Sure. And we can also email the PowerPoint support.
Oh, I think y'all already, I didn't PowerPoint, just the exhibit list. Yeah, you already did. I just need to know which ones we need to litigate right now. So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
I have page numbers and I can show the courts the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just get, let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed. And see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scan the document that was sent over the other way, so we can all be looking at them like to find it. All right, I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is. And, Your Honor, I know what the clerk said. We're just going to try and make it as simple as possible. And we're presenting to the court the way it's going to be displayed in electronic form so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is going to be displayed differently than what on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes,
Okay.
because, yes,
But can you just send it to everybody?
yes, everyone else has it.
I don't know, the clinic doesn't have it.
Okay.
All right, send it back. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Percival yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
I found the picture, y'all. It's on Twitter. It really is. It's exactly what Love is wearing, and it is from up top. So I wonder if, like, how the person, I don't know what the photo looks like, if there's a higher angle up top. But yeah, you guys are the ones that told me during this stream that you saw it, so that's interesting.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking in there. I think it just, so that's cool. I'm opening it up now.
Okay, got it. Okay, so,
And if there, if A is whatever the last one is, so the first one, that's fine. As long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526YA through whatever it's gonna be? Any objection to, all right, then what is it?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but, the witness,
I don't know if it has been or not, but the assumption is all of these are gonna get tendered with Detective Gaither, so.
Detective Gaither,
If you guys are interested in looking for it, if you go to Twitter and in the search bar, you type in Detective Gaither, look at the screen. That's the spelling of her last name. If you type that in the search bar, it should be the first hit that comes up.
stated, I know I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
We have no problem with not tendering that one. All right. Sergeant Gaither. Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose.
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately be a relevance objection.
Relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols, I think it's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator statement. What's the, why is it coming in?
Say relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photograph, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary. What? But these photographs show are, and we've already, the jury has already heard, we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee was the Twitter record held by DA Sprinkle, right? That belonged to Quindarius Zachary. Yes. So, as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. It, for instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from NBC. He's from Capitol Homes, being moved to from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout. All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I
Oh,
thought
it wasn't. No, it was. It was just with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group as okay, so it may or may not have anything to do, I mean, I doubt it. I mean, I don't know how the jury is gonna
It's neither,
interpret this.
it's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent
It's
statement.
just
It
evidence.
is nothing. It's nothing. That's
It's
what
a picture showing that the two of these people were related and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called?
Dugout.
Dugout.
I'm gonna have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. I mean, there's, you know, and relevance is a very low threshold. Okay.
Your Honor, could I mind just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these. I could see if Mr. Zachary said, "Oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo." He's testified. So
Okay, I mean, I understand that it's, you know, it's got some probative value and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor, just for the record, I believe that he was referred to by prosecutors 526 YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, this is YB.
Yeah, right. Yes. Okay. Moving on to C.
Well, Your Honor,
And
I'm
you
going to
can
keep my
just,
seat.
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same.
May I say seated?
I suppose. I don't care. Okay, fine. I mean, I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right, so hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed?
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say yes, she's seen them. The person, the female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out? Or yes, whatever, I don't know, what?
Not hang out. Well, okay. I mean that they
Associate with one
yes,
another?
yes.
Okay. And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or?
I'll object to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor. Gucci Red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming.
Okay.
So it was, Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts, and unless they're people, generally when we have social media, um, pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci Red begging. So we're not, I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci Red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury. Not only we're looking for Rico, now we need to find out who
The
Gucci
rule
Red
is
is.
that it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang. And I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, ALEXANDER versus State, 371 Georgia Penal, 532. It's in Division 2. It's 2024 case. And it just gives, it's a gang case, Your Honor. And all they say, it's well written, actually, but what McGill says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show it's not just evidence of a gang member. You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest. So I just don't understand. I'm objecting. You're going to ask me what's the prejudice, so I'm going to tell you I don't know. There is prejudice.
We'll take it
So,
out. Words. Any objection to D?
The printout, if I'm wrong, it's not intentional. Because it's kind of small. I don't see people that have recognized this photo. So I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Hunt? Is in this photograph, Mr. Um, Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people are in this photograph if this is, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, ball up them slimes, they going 7:30, and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that what was written is coming out.
No, that one.
Well, okay. I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. They're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men, one of them I'm being told is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zach. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is follow up them slides. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves their is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is a element of count one. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, rather not have it.
Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, in my recollection, Quindarius Zachary. And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo's enough to show an association between someone and someone else, and the rest are cumulative. And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to the extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response? Yes. This is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demikion Garlington using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30 D's.
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together? Using any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
And Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay.
Golf. That's what they tell me.
Okay. Anyway, let's stay on the F.
Okay. So that's withdrawn. Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn, okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the three snakes, a heart, YSL, 30D.
All right, I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, somebody wants any objections, but I assume that's what it would be.
Cumulative, and I don't, and I don't recall it, the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary. They didn't at this point. I would just ask that just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary, Mr. Garland. So
We're committed to ensuring our tools are expertly engineered and built to last. How do we do it? First, let's set it up.
Believe that the
Here we go.
proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to waste time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near that.
And those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in.
H. It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him Demonte Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that appears to be Mr. Kendrick.
Monty, yes. It is ruling with my in on a B day at Monty Rebel 100, and then there's a green snake emoji, and this was posted November 20, 2014.
And do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
Can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right, I don't think we have any other
Okay,
discussion.
so this is
They clearly don't have that much to go.
overruled. I. Any objection? I.
Your Honor, I think we're gonna withdraw. Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Objection to J.
What's going on back there? And just for the record, this is,
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right. I can't hear you.
Objection to J on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. I don't speak.
Doesn't sound like there's one from anybody else, so we'll move on to J. Okay. All right.
I don't know the reason that it coming in, it would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance.
this is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall, and what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B, and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about that, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that Fat was involved, and even
The
if
gentleman named Fat.
some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus. So I'm objecting.
All right. I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it actually it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm gonna admit that over objection.
Yeah, the next
You
one.
say that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who just testified last week. So it's not the same people associated.
Who is the other person in this
Picture besides Mr. Zachary.
Mr. Kuykendall.
and you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct. It was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting. Told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting. So he was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can not have that
I
one.
did misunderstand that one, so, yeah, well,
Yeah.
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
Yes, we'll withdraw that.
Okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee. Actually, so
So that's a duplicate.
it's
So
a
you're-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo, so we'll,
Okay, withdraw.
yes.
M, as in Mike. That, in the same thing we saw before, just with a different.
Person, yeah. We can take this one out, yes.
Okay. In. Bless you. Any objection to in November? Okay,
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of 2 YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption "ain't going back and forth" with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
all right, overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. This is out of court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing that. There's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness. His social media post saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams, Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right, and I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this shoot, as I understood her to be saying, just very close in time, they are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
this has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
So he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Cornelius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I will draw it. I don't believe that this is the end. I will check.
Any of the date?
Here's the yes. We'll withdraw it because the date. Wait, let's see. 480 Yankee.
End it, Judge, end it. And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's in.
Hey, Judge Whitaker's talking to her assistant, Ms. Pressfield. They're looking at if there's wrist movement. Maybe they're looking at the time to see if it's time to shut down for the day. Just at about 5:30 Eastern Standard Time.
What? About 480 Yankee was not. So this is
All
not.
right, so it's not cumulative, so, apparently that whatever other one was not admitted, so, I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given what 480 Yankee is, if since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Sure. Can y'all,
Definitely. We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of me.
all right, picture of Rudy. Let's say you see him coming in, you check into it. Okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all wanna use.
480 Yankee. Thank you.
All right, we are now at, 526Y Papa, as in Papa. Any objection? No,
We have a picture of the four gentlemen in an elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure, 526 Yankee. See what we're doing.
On a different,
Relevance.
on a different day, Mr. Zachary is killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Lil Wayne bus shooting and had guns, and he is posting a picture of him not in a threatening way, not saying I hate him or I'm trying to get. Y'all want to hear something funny? Other day we just posted, and apparently he did a little bit of digging. You know who leaked that picture? The picture of Gaither? It came from the state. You cannot make it up. It was when she was trying to switch between screens. It was actually the state's fault. That's funny. I'm in trouble. But he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close. And it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I.
All right, make my ruling. Q, Quebec. Consent. Your objection is overruled. Objection to Q.
Judge, this one.
Hang on, can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today. Or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do you know what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gator. How much longer do we have with Detective Gator?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances.
No, not. Yeah, I mean, I would think that would be on me if we don't have, if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
All right.
Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. Are we going to Y or YY? Okay, good. Then we're almost done. Yay! Any objection to R?
Your Honor, there's already a picture of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And what's the response on
That-
evidence?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't show his face. This is Demise McMullen in a photograph posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter page 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas, during the time that Mr. Zachary said they all went down to Miami. It appears Mr. McMullen is on a bus of some sort, probably a Sprinter bus, and he has tagged or labeled it Hard Nard. Mr.
I'm gonna permit that whenever objection.
Give me just a second.
Okay, Ms. Holm, we're gonna pause from our evidentiary issues for a minute. Thank you for coming in, and I had a question for you. That is, and you may already know what the topic is. And did you take any photographs of the witness?
I did not, and from the area that I sit today, you can tell that I couldn't take that picture. I heard it online, and luckily I wasn't all the way back to Covington, so I don't believe there were rocks and hide in my hand. I have a reputation and a word for DOJ certification for immigration, so I don't need anything that's lack of moral turpitude to affect me, so I wanted to make sure that
Go ahead, and it appears that what happened is that, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it was your fault, Mr. Maurice, but I think what happened, it looks like, is that you're showing the screens when video is being played, understandably. But what happens is when the video gets stopped, there was just an instant where, because for us in here in this courtroom with Zoom, we have the witness being shown just to us so that y'all can see it and I can see it, because this courtroom setup is not ideal for everybody to be able to see the witness. And it showed for just a second the witness, because it captured the Zoom that got shown. That's just interior here, but anybody, of course, can see.
Gosh, you're looking at us.
And it looks like that's what happened. So I think that in order to stop that from occurring in the future, we just, when we have a witness who isn't supposed to be filmed, we just won't even be able to use the Zoom, so that we don't have that accidentally happen in the future. And there aren't that many witnesses that aren't going to get shown anyway. And thankfully for this particular witness, it's not the end of the world, considering she's apparently been on First 48 before. So anyway, thanks to all of the media people, and y'all are all still good. And
Okay.
and,
Also, I don't get that list of who's not to be photographed. If I had not heard it ahead of time,
yeah,
I wouldn't have known.
okay.
But
Let's make sure
I
we get
definitely
your
wanted to make sure my name is
Okay.
good.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we added, set up with the names, but the other lady the same day. So let's make sure she's on that list too. Okay, thank you. All right, back to, so R is in, R, S, Sierra.
So there's about 3 other pieces of photos that they want to look at, but beforehand, just so you guys know what happened, there was a photo leak of Detective Gaither earlier. Maurice, I believe, works for Law and Crime, so it isn't necessarily his fault, but somebody took a screen grab. Miss Hall, the woman in black, I believe has a Rule 22 certification. At first, people thought it was her. And actually, there was another woman with the pink hair who said that it was Miss Hall, the woman in the black. She was like, nope, it definitely wasn't me. From where I was sitting, it's impossible for me to have taken it from that angle. It appears that when Miss Love was screen sharing, they have a camera that is up very high. And when she switched over on the Zoom, Detective Gaither became visible on that screen. Maurice, the person from Law and Crime, I believe, was filming that moment. And it was a very brief moment because you guys saw it. So I remember.
Thank you. Anybody?
All right, basis.
Um, nobody's disputing that these two people know each other. I'm assuming the court knows who they are. If not, I can tell you. And then the writing, I'm being told, is just quoting a lyric from a song. So I'm objecting to the writing as well. I don't see how that furthers anything.
I don't know if the lyric from the song takes the C and change it to some other letter, but this is Kelvin Treadwell, whom the witness discussed during the interview. This is January 18th, 2015. We believe it's relevant. There's nothing unduly prejudicial, and we'd ask that the court allow it to be shown.
And where's there a substituted
No.
B?
Oh, VITX.
Oh, I thought you got the X. All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You.
This is a different time. This is even further into 2015.
We have a picture of these people together already.
We have various pictures of them together, but in this particular picture, Mr. Sledge, who has testified, is throwing up the bead for blood. Shannon Stillwell is right in front of him, and Mr. Zachary is immediately to Mr. Sledge's left. We believe that this is a pertinent, and we feel like there is persuasive power in the depth of presentation. And to say that we have one, I'm trying to pull the case. To say that we have one picture or two pictures of the three of them together already. That was inadvertently added.
Yes, it was V. W.
This is Mr. Zachary and Mr. Stillwell. This is March 2nd, 2015. He tags Mr. Stillwell and he makes a proclamation. Our argument is that given count one in the language and description of the conspiracy, it is evidence of Mr. Zachary promoting YSL and promoting Shannon Stillwell and attempting to assert their dominance. He's a gangster. He's not scared of you. This is him tagging him and him posting him.
Your Honor, I'm going to absolutely object to a piece of evidence coming in written by someone, not my client, that's not my client apparently, about my client, calling him a gangster. That is prejudicial. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's not my client's words. It's any probative value is outweighed by we're charged essentially with being part of a gang. And a gentleman who did testify, but who also was off the stand by the time the state announced specific intention to use this photo. my client a gangster? No, I'm objecting.
He would have lied if we asked him about it in any event. He said that everything he said about anybody was false.
Well,
Anybody in this courtroom.
I'm not interested in what he would have done. I don't think any of us know what he would have done. But the bottom line is he was on the stand and off the stand by the time the state announced their intention of using this.
And Your Honor, I think that, go ahead. I was just gonna say that this was captured in 2016. Mr. Stillwell was tagged. And I think that it's relevant and admissible and not unduly prejudicial.
All right, I'll let you, admit it without I don't know what you call it, tagline or commentary or whatever.
Look at this done. She's tired too. We all tired.
I mean, you can leave the act, Shannon, but he's a gangster, he's not scared of you. They didn't get a chance to, and I think that you're probably correct in what you surmised would have been the testimony, but they didn't have an opportunity to ask him about it. So, you can leave the act part, but
If you,
yes.
does Your Honor not consider it
Oh, God.
an effort on the part of a YSL associate, as the state alleges, Mr. Zachary, to assert the dominance of a member of YSL, even if it's not taken as true? He's
It's coming
asserting
in. It's coming in.
something.
And the argument. All right, do you understand the ruling?
Absolutely.
I mean, X,
Two more left.
any objection?
To the writing at the top, free DK as well as free slug. I don't know how that is, I just don't understand how that's relevant. If it's showing association, they stick together. There's hundreds of photographs that show that, and the jurors have heard from these witnesses, so I'm objecting to the entirety. But if this honorable court admits any of it, I would object to the writing.
All right, so I think that's a relevance and cumulative
At 4 and 3, yes, prejudicial also.
and prejudicial.
So this is taken, posted rather, July 23rd, 2015. It is Mr. Zachary putting a green snake emoji. I think he called it a bird on the stand when I asked him about a snake earlier. Free DK,
Green
free
rubber
slug,
ducky.
DK being Walter Murphy, slug being Trontavious Stevens, both of which the jury has heard from and in various forms, well, they've heard from. So we have not shown this photograph, this date, and this free slug. This is something that will be seen throughout social media on various sites like Free Roscoe, Free this, Free that, members of YSL. So we don't believe that it should be excluded.
Overruled. Why?
The last one, yay!
Your Honor, I don't know. I see Mr. Sledge. I don't know who the other individual is. It's not my client, but to the extent that it's character, and it says, I keep a bunch of killers around me when I move.
I object.
So it's that character evidence, it's prejudicial, and it's also, again, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Zachary, I'm guessing, as he's the owner of this Instagram account, and we're not going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him about
Exclude it, please.
his words here.
Your Honor, it's an assertion. Whether he actually keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves, nobody knows. But the fact that he wants people to think he keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves corroborates information that he gave to the police when he gave this interview.
Who is in this picture?
I believe that that may be Mr. Sledge, but I believe that that may be Mr. Sledge. And he said that he says in the interview, Mr. Sledge was a shooter, was a shooter, and prior to, and Copeland took his place, Woody took his place. So him asserting this, we believe, furthers the interest of YSL, asserting dominance, instilling fear in social media postings, as count one in the indictment alleges. We believe that this is an overt act on the part of an unindicted co-conspirator that should be admitted as evidence.
It would be uncharged, it would be barred by statute of limitations. It's not an overt act in the sense of, the jury can rely on this to further the conspiracy. And I just look at it like, without without giving context from the witness saying, oh yeah, that is the killer who confessed to me and that's why I wrote this. This is like, out of order. It should have come in my opinion. It's interesting in his work, so I will object to it.
Right, no, it's not a defendant on trial here. So in terms of that character, that's, that character of somebody on the city that is that.
It is a person on trial.
Mr. Sledge?
Mr. Sledge. That's not Mr. Sledge. I don't believe that's Mr. Were you told that's Mr. Sledge?
She just said she didn't know if it was Mr. Sledge.
What I said was I believe that it is. I did not say that it was. I think Mr. Earlier said it as well.
The person in the white shirt is not Mr. Sledge. That person, to my belief, is a person in your courtroom.
The only person is the one that we're talking about next to the television.
And so, and that's not the one that said it. Mr. Sledge is clearly the person wearing a black shirt.
Right.
We're all on the same page with that. There's also a gentleman wearing a white shirt with his back to the camera. I believe what Mr. Steele is saying, and I agree that it is one of the people that's sitting here in this courtroom, and it does affect.
Yeah, take it out.
It is prejudicial towards them, and they won't have the opportunity to cross examine. It's not Mr. Stiller, let me be clear.
Okay, I guess it's gonna be a mystery as to who actually is.
I'm not sure who that is, Your Honor. On the off chance that would be my client, and I can't, honestly, I cannot tell that that's my client. But people may think it's my client, and on that off chance, then the bad character evidence is an issue. On top of which, Your Honor, they're playing Grand Theft Auto, as far as I can tell.
Yes, y'all are really good argument.
Well, but still, it's misleading. It's more prejudicial than it is probative. They're sitting here playing Grand Theft Auto. Of course, they're surrounded. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's actually true.
A bunch of people playing Grand Theft Auto and throwing up Grand Theft Auto language, and then the jury's going to see that and they're talking about versus what the video game they're playing.
What the jury is going to assume, and it'll be up to all of the different parties to
When you make the
see
decision,
what they can do to convince the jury that I do not believe that this is more prejudicial than probative.
when you make that decision, you're making a decision as to what you think the jury's going to believe.
No, that's what, guys, I'm not. I have no idea what the jury is going to believe. I am assessing the probative value of the evidence against its danger of substantially undue prejudice and determination that it is not substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
And I understand you're ruling on the 403 balancing, Your Honor, but I think part I get is that it's our job as attorneys to get the full story to the jurors, and Mr. Weinstein can establish it's Grand Theft Auto. But the fact remains, we really can't, because this gentleman has already testified.
Well, I don't know that, just let it go. In terms of it being Grand Theft Auto, it's obvious to anybody who's ever seen Grand Theft Auto before. So you can probably get somebody else to testify that that's Grand Theft Auto. And I doubt if this witness is gonna be able to identify the person in the white shirt anyway. So, in over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, I will instruct her, even if she can see around his head in this picture and know who it is. Do not mention Diamante Kendrick.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Yes.
Nope.
So, I don't know, like the other three people that you had hoped, how about Mr. Sprinkle? How much longer is he gonna take?
Oh my God, is he coming back?
In order, we would have to, we asked the court not to require us to put him up a third and a fourth time, because there is information that's gonna come in that we need from these two people that are ahead of him.
We've had the four, what's her name, CAT report person here like 4 times since I've been a judge, so. I mean, if it's like a 10-minute thing, but if I hear from the judge, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's gonna be noon, then we're gonna need another, and I will take the blame for it. Unless you'd like to get one of your other possible witnesses, Jenkins, Sanchez, or Lewis. I mean, it seems to me like Mr. Sprinkle would be the easiest since he's in the. At a rough of the August 21st, August 24th, September 6th, and September 13th. I guess it was 2022 when y'all argued all of those motions, transcripts. 23, okay. And what the court orders, at least as reflected in those transcripts, is the notes that any of the experts would have relied on, and there's no indication that they're that it's being ordered that they generate notes or reports if those don't already exist. And I read the order itself that way as well, so that just confirms it. So as long as all the notes and reports that do exist have been produced, then that has been abided by. All right. Now, one more thing. I know, Ms. Love, you said you wanted to circle back. There was a relevance objection that I sustained on whether it was relevant. The question was essentially like, was Sergeant Gaither aware that prior to her interview with Mr. Zachary and Milton were from Capital Homes? And so what would be the relevance of whether she knew that before or after the interview?
You guys ask her at the end of the day. It's actually, I dealt with what I was getting right.
Okay. Great. All right, if there is nothing else, then let's adjourn for the day and, see each other at 8:45.
Too tired. All right, that concludes your afternoon session of the trial today. Today is day 139 of Texas State. State got leaked all over the internet, but she was on the first 48 anyway, so it's not like people didn't know what she looked like. Huge shout out to Chi-Town, who's gifted 10 memberships. I'll be honest, guys, I am exhausted. Just ordered some food, so I'm going to breeze through these super chats as fast as possible. And shout out to Alessandra, who hit me with a $2 Venmo. She says, "AB, I was trying to respond, but I'm on my phone. Where's your friend from? I'm in Connecticut, and I know you're a New England girl, too. Thank you for so much, Michael. Really appreciate you. Shout out to, well, that's all I have for the Cash App crew. Let's come to our super chats real quick. Read them real quick. I think we left off somewhere around here. Shout out to Talisha with the 2, says, "Y'all thug be grubbing on that ice in his cup." Yes, we got Ruth, we got Doug Rightside. Shout out to Jeff, got your question, Jeff. Shout out to Lisa, who became a member, full drinking, half thinking. He's talking about the baby milk. Shout out to Mango Gelada with the 5. Yes, YSL Woman's not forgotten that she's going to get a nice haircut tomorrow. We got Green Eyes with some of the jokes over here with the feet jokes. We got all of those. Troy, I believe I got yours too. Shout out to Brian. This is where I left off. He says, "If Thug asks why they kill Nut, then why is he on trial?" It's so interesting. I mean, I'm trying to say that he orchestrated all of this stuff. He orchestrated Nut's murder because Rich Homie Quan was about to leave. Just the setup that they had under Birdman. I did a full video on that. I'm debating whether to drop it tonight or drop it tomorrow. But I have explained that entire thing in that video, so Brian, make sure you check it out. Shout out to Green Eyes again, since AB about to set up a foot website for dogs called Paw Print. Teddy Bear's gonna be getting their work across America won't be safe until an animal in sight. Hide your kids, hide your teddy bear. This one is a joke. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. Shout out to Debbie. Debbie hits me with a 5, says, "AB, you've been doing great, holding it down while we figure some things out. Kudos to you." Yes, that is my buddy. Over these past few months, I just feel like our friendship has really, really deepened because of what he's been going through. And, I couldn't ask for a better friend or mentor in TLA, and I try to do the same for him. So thank you so much, Deborah. Shout out to Brian again with the 5, says, "This has nothing to do with Thug." It never does. It never does. Full drinking, half thinking with another 5, says, "I'm jealous of Whitaker's pen. Wishing women would hold me with such passion." I'm so done. Y'all are funny. Shout out to Seamus with the 2, says, Can Fanny replace Love as first chair?" I think she's too busy. I don't think that she prosecutes cases herself. But thank you so much, Seamus. I think she kind of oversees how the DA's office is run. But thank you, Seamus. Shout out to Star Wars Iron Giant with the 2, says, "Listen, Adrian, listen." Does she ever listen? The answer is no. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5, says, "Grip the pen and throw it again." Say it again, Sammy. Thank you, Fib. Shout out to JB with the 2, says, "Why does she argue every objection? I don't know why she did. I don't get it. Happens all the time." Shout out to Jeff with the 2, says, "Love can't ever accept a ruling from the court, and it's so frustrating to watch, but entertaining at the same time." Thank you, Jeff. Shout out to Full Drinking Half Thinking with another 5, says, "Love not ugly, but that attitude is hot basura. Mr. Love gotta be deaf, or maybe he lives in Florida." Yeah, he probably wants to get away a lot. We caught Vincent's CV. It's good to see you, one of my clients over there. Shout out to Talisha, who gifted a membership. Talisha, thank you. Very sweet of you. Thank you for expanding our community. Shout out to Audrey with the 20. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Appreciate you, Audrey. Shout out to Brian with another 10. Says, "YSL, y'all saying lots of information." Oh, yeah. Little D's footage today was a lot to get through, too. So thank you so much, Brian. Shout out to Kelly Kale with the Sue, our favorite Sue L, she says, I just want the judge to be able to get at love. I know, that would have been fun. It would have been really cool to watch. Thank you so much, Kelly Kill. Just Life Unscripted with the Five says Gaither had an attitude last time. She worried that her relationship with Darlington's aunt will come out this time on the stand. Ooh, I didn't think of that. Thank you so much. Life Unscripted, interesting theory. Dr. Cool drinking half naked again with his head says F and damn babies. Oh my God, that was the babies. Brian with another 10 said being interrogation talk about everything with Doug's involvement about the murder. The only thing they keep asking is did you order it, but everybody says no. They do. And Brian, that's actually a good point because it keeps coming up. It does. Thank you, Brian. Shout out to Jeff with the 2 says 15 minutes and defense will undo the last 6 hours. You bet they would. Thank you, Jeff. Shout out to Deshonda with the 5 says, baby, did you know the DA subpoenaed Miss Sylvia's Google records? She talked about it on her live. I heard about that. I saw some posts on it on Twitter, but I have not had a chance to look at it myself. You know, Google is actually tied to YouTube, so I wonder what's going on with that. But thank you so much, Deshonda. Brian's back with another 5 says, FYI, Detective Gaither has been on the first 48, so don't see why this is an issue. Totally agree. Jack with the 2 says, Gaither shouldn't be shielded selective privilege. Interesting, right? Jonathan Gavin with the 2 says, state making people take pics so we can't watch. Yeah, I was worried there for a second, because I want to make sure we can watch his trial. Shout out to Aaron with the 10 says, that picture of Gaither is from the long crime stream. You were absolutely right, Aaron. That was correct. When they were showing the video of Little D, they switched back to the Zoom and the cameras before LNC moved away so Gaither was shown. You were absolutely spot on with that, Aaron. Thank you. Shout out to Shanta with the 5 says, Gaither's pics are all over the internet. Here, serious question, AB. Yeah, I mean, for me on YouTube, like I don't like playing with their stuff anymore because I don't want, you know, the judge to take away privileges from some of the people streaming, you know, because then we can watch it, and that would not be good. So thank you so much, Shanta. Shout out to Cindy who became a member. Cindy, welcome to our community. You're gonna love us over here. Shout out to Charmel, same thing. Welcome, Charmel. You're gonna love it over here. Michelle with the 5 says, hello, AB. I've been busy the last 2 days, but catching up at night. Miss y'all. When's your birthday? My birthday's on Saturday, guys. Maybe we'll do a birthday show. Just happy birthday to the best 87. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Shout out to a girl from Texas who gifted a membership. I saw your comment earlier. It was very sweet. Thank you so much, sis. Shout out to Rich. Rich New with the 20 pounds. Rich says, hey, Amy, love your content and coverage. I'm disappointed with YouTube in this membership issue. It is stopping subscribers from providing monetary support and assisting the community. Yes. So actually, I'm going to put that on my list for later or tomorrow morning to follow up on YouTube. I'll send them a tech help requesting to say, hey, it's been like a month. What's going on, YouTube? So I'll keep it posted, Rich. Thank you so much. Rich also became a member himself. Look at Chill Panda with the 5 says he's letting everything in to keep up for
or the south side. And I'm not talking about baseball, I'm talking about flipping houses. When you flip it to the north side, the property prices are higher, but the rehab is going to be less. Now, flipping on the south side, you'll find the properties to be much cheaper, but you have to do a lot more work because the properties are a lot more distressed on the south side. My name is Anthony Booth, and over the last 10 years, I've taught thousands of people just like you do over 25,000 deals right here in the Chicagoland market. If you are ready to get started, click on the link below and register for the upcoming cash flow conference. I'm going to walk you through the exact step-by-step process. And you know the best part, we don't have any guru that's flying into Chicago telling you that you can be rich overnight. Listen, flipping is all about buying the property right, getting the deal funded, and getting the rehab done on time and on budget. If you're ready to get started, this is the largest real estate event of its kind. You can't afford to miss it. Make sure you click below and register for the cash flow conference, and I'll see you there.
To get that taken care of, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so is Mr. Sprinkle out there ready?
He said that he needed 10 minutes from the time that I reached him, so tell him, text him now and tell him he needs to get over here right now. He is coming. He
Text him
literally,
anyway and say, 10 minutes, he can't have any more time, he needs to stop what he's doing right now and come on. Because we have the jury waiting.
yes, sir.
That's just how court started off before the jurors even got there, before most people even freaking turned on started watching. So you can imagine why this was going to happen.
Say the possible things that it could be, but it is baffling to me that somebody with the number of years of experience that you have, time after time after time, continues to seemingly purposefully hide the ball to the extent you possibly can for as long as you possibly can.
You want to see how we got there? That's
Produced or obtained after seeing this post. This post can't suffice to prove that that is Justin Cobb's number. This post only explains why DDA Sprinkle got the number and why it was significant to him in this investigation, where his steps and actions are being questioned.
But you know, Judge, we don't get there. I hear what the state's saying, and it's disingenuous. Because we don't get to the second step that they're talking about, what records he procured, why he did what he did, unless we go through the hearsay statement that's contained in the portion that I objected to. And the court is accurate. I was interviewed, and I asked for everything that was on the right side, all of the verbiage to me. I said that was hearsay. The state said it was not. It clearly is, because to ask him that specific question, I mean, listen, none of us are obtuse. It is what it is. I think that the state was disingenuous about it. The state's been very slippery in regards to their response to the court's questions. I think it's willful. I think a mistrial is appropriate. I'm asking.
I can't figure out what it is. If it's disingenuous, if it is that, I mean, I don't want to malign the prosecutor standing in front of me right now, so I'm not gonna say the possible things that it could be, but it is baffling to me that somebody with the number of years of experience that you have, time after time after time, continues to seemingly purposefully hide the ball to the extent you possibly can for as long as you possibly can. And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful, but honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try.
accounting software helped put me on the right path. It's easy to find your numbers all in one place and get a clearer financial picture. So find the power in your numbers and open the right doors with Zero.
The whole game. Listen, I like the defense. I'll be fair. Like, I do like the defense. I will admit I'm a little more biased towards the defense and all that stuff because I'm not seeing what they're seeing. So as far as the prosecution goes, but let's be fair. Let's just be all the way certain. Miss Love is doing this stuff on purpose because she knows this is gonna go up on appeals anyways. Let's just say Jeffrey Williams and the gang, the guys, the coterie, the bunch. Let's just say that they lose the freaking case. Everybody is found guilty. But the appeal is already set in motion. So you might as well get to the end. And the funniest thing is Miss Love really thinks she's winning this. She really believes she's winning this. With that being said, I think the judge knew to get off that bench real quick before she says something that she can get herself in trouble for. Because at the end of the day, this is damn near the rabbit hole that, what's my guy name? Glanville went down. This is damn near the exact same one. And if you're wondering why you hear that stuff right now, man, I'm in Atlanta. I'm in the parking garage right now. I'm just cooling, doing this video for y'all because I think it's important that I hurry up and get it done because y'all need to know the real. And the real is this. Did you see how Miss Love just let her win? Miss Love is a tactician. Do not forget it. She knows as well as I do, as well as every lawyer that's in that court, that you can't unring a bell once it's rung. So that forced Miss Whitaker to turn around.
All right, I'm gonna deny the motion for mistrial. It's not as if, the state couldn't have gotten the testimony in an appropriate way anyway. It's not like the testimony itself is that big of a deal. But I am going to, I'm gonna exclude that statement, and just tell the jury to disregard the statement and any testimony that had anything to do with the statement. So let's get Mr. Sprinkle back. Did you want to put anything in the record, or are you just getting ready for the jury?
I'd like to put just a matter before the record for the court.
All right,
Your Honor, this is from United States versus Roberts, ROBERTS 640F second 255. It's the Ninth Circuit, 1981. It's been cited many times. It specifically says that continued prosecutorial misconduct may show a course of conduct establishing the intent to provoke a mistrial and bring into play double jeopardy considerations. You have not been here the whole time, and we thank you for being here. But starting with opening statement, and I know you got my motion.
I know, and I know what your argument is. Here's the thing is that, and I understand what that law says as well. This law does not appear to be trying to get a mistrial so that she can try this case over again, which I know if that were what she was doing, she wouldn't be able to try the case over again anyway. So that's just not applicable here. Now, is there continued prosecutorial misconduct merits a mistrial anyway, based on that? Yes, potentially we get to that point at some point. But there is not, from what the court's vantage point is, an indication that the state is trying to goad anybody into moving for mistrial so that they can retry the case because they think they're losing the case. I think they think they're winning the case. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. I mean, I think my frustration was apparent a few minutes ago. And I truly am struggling with whether all of this is purposeful or this is just really poor worrying on the part of members of the state's team. Um, Either way, it's really unfortunate. If it's something other than poor worrying, then it is more than unfortunate. Um, but at this point, we're going to just move on with that exhibit being excluded. I don't know if I can stress any more than I already have how much the state's lawyers need to make an effort to be upfront and forthright in the trial of this case.
Now, I'm gonna be fair, right? I think she realized that she was on 10 the whole day. Listen, I like the defense. I'll be fair. Like, I do like the defense. I will admit I'm a little more biased towards the defense and all that stuff because I'm not seeing what they're seeing. So, as far as the prosecution goes, but let's be fair. Let's just be all the way certain. Miss Love is doing this stuff on purpose because she knows this is gonna go up on appeals anyways. Let's just say Jeffrey Williams and the gang, the guys, the coterie, the bunch. Let's just say that they lose the freaking case. Everybody is found guilty. But the appeal is already set in motion. So you might as well get to the end. And the funniest thing is Miss Love really thinks she's winning this. She really believes she's winning this. With that being said, I think the judge knew to get off that bench real quick before she says something that she could get herself in trouble for. Because at the end of the day, this is damn near the rabbit hole that, what's my guy name? Glanville went down. This is damn near the exact same one. And if you're wondering why you hear that stuff right now, man, I'm in Atlanta. I'm in the parking garage right now. I'm just cooling, doing this video for y'all because I think it's important that I hurry up and get it done because y'all need to know the real. And the real is this. Did you see how Miss Love just let her win? Miss Love is a tactician. Do not forget it. She knows as well as I do, as well as every lawyer that's in that court, that you can't unring a bell once it's rung. So that forced Miss Whitaker to turn around and do this right here.
Who was it that gave you the information about the photograph where Shannon Stillwell is depicted?
Quadarius Zachary.
And who was it that gave you the date, an approximate time or date that the photograph was taken?
Darius Zachary.
And finally, you were asked about the length of time people remained in jail after being arrested for Donovan Thomas's murder. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I don't recall specifically being asked about the length of time they spent in jail, but I recall being asked about their something along those lines, similar to that maybe.
Okay. If a person is held on something other than the warrant for murder, would an MPGJ or a dismissal of the murder charges automatically allow them to be released?
No.
All right, just 1 second, sure. That's all that I have.
All right, is there any requests?
All right.
Picking up where the prosecutor left off in regards to that MPGJ, what we do know though is that Mr. Copeland's MPGJ, the charges or the document that dismissed the murder charge that first put him in jail in 2015, that MPGJ wasn't done until 2017. Is that correct?
That sounds right. I didn't file that, but and I don't recall who the prosecutor was that did, but I was aware of it. But I don't know that he was ever actually booked into the Fulton County Jail on the murder charge, though.
You don't know that?
I think he was in the federal jail, if I remember correctly.
The other three were though, right?
Well, not Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, because like I said, Mr. Sledge's case was dismissed in January 2016. Mr. Garlington, Mr. Jackson, aka Mr. Stillwell, yes.
Well, let me ask you this. You said Mr. Sledge's charges were dismissed in 2016. Where was he before his charges were dismissed?
Fulton County Jail.
Right, so in jail on that murder warrant, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he was in fact in prison on Thorpe's murder warrant until until his charges were dismissed, right?
Well, in the jail, not prison, but yes, he was incarcerated, yes.
Okay, I mean, jail, prison, you're not on the streets, your freedom's taken from you, right?
Right, I mean, it's a distinction without a difference. I'm just saying that, prison and jail are two different, yes, his freedom was restricted, he was not allowed to leave. He was in a government facility.
You were asked a number of questions about cell phones. And I wanted to kind of pick up there. Now, you were aware from the work that you've done on the case, as well as listening to Mr. Copeland's statements, his interviews, that he had multiple cell phones in January of 2015. You're aware of that, right?
Mr. Copeland?
Mr. Copeland, yes.
I'm sorry, I have one number for him. I don't recall him saying that he personally had multiple cell phones. I don't remember that now.
How about this? Do you remember in an interview that he had with the detectives where on January the 11th of 2015, at about 3:30 in the morning, where he talks to the detectives about his cell phone or cell phones? Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall that. I know I'm familiar with that interview, but I just don't remember him talking about multiple cell phones or anything like that.
Okay. Are you aware that there were no calls? And if we're just going to just talk about the number that you're familiar with in regards to Mr. Copeland, let's focus on that one.
Okay.
Are you aware that there are no calls from Mr. Copeland's for his cell phone records on January 10th, 2015, between 6:58 p.m. and 7:26 p.m.? Are you aware of that?
I don't have the full records in front of me. I do see that the records that I examined, the last relevant call is at 6:58 p.m.
Okay. And you had, when you got his phone records, we've talked before about the fact you got the cell tower data, so you had some idea of where you thought he was at particular times based on those records, right?
I take that back, actually. 7:01, 7:23, 7:24, 7:26, 7:28, 7:43, 7:45, 7:49, 7:51, 7:54. There were calls.
Calls coming in or going out?
Let's see. There was an inbound call at 7:01. There was another inbound call at 7:23. There was an outbound call at 7:24. There was an inbound call at 7:26. An inbound call at 7:28. An outbound call at 7:33. An outbound call at 7:45. An inbound call at 7:49. An inbound call at 7:51. An That's it.
Okay? And so having his records, knowing the cell tower data, you were able to opine on where he was at a particular time on that night, January 10th, 2015, right?
Well, his general the part of town basically that his handset was located.
You placed him, according to your report, either at or near the McDonald's on the evening of January 10th, 2015. You remember that?
I do.
All right. Now, you don't have any cell phone or cell tower data records on Mr. Copeland that shows his phone going to what we call the Sky House on that night, do you?
I don't recall that. Yeah, I don't believe so.
Nothing in your records or refresh your recollection that you got any of that. You don't have any of that to show that he went to the Sky House or his phone, the phone that you're saying is his, went to the Sky House on that night. True?
That is correct. I don't believe that. Just taking a look at my notes, it doesn't appear to me that I found that his phone traveled to the Sky House.
So it just seems to me, just a regular old me, Donovan Thomas is never getting justice. This has to be one of the most laziest, freaking laziest, doggone investigations for a murder there's ever been. And then to act as though, and this is just my opinion, but to act as though solving this murder now, almost 10 years later, granted it's not, but almost 10 years later, is some sort of justice that is so paramount that it's not even freaking true. It's just not. So I feel like this, right? Anybody who would get upset with the prosecution, just remember why we are here. Then understand that they didn't try this in the last administration to run Fulton County as far as the prosecution goes. Let's understand that before we start just bashing stuff in. There's a reason why all this is happening. It just is. Y'all can get mad at what I'm about to say, or y'all can go, you know what, it is what it is. Around the time when Young Thug and them had got arrested, even though they weren't even in freaking Georgia, they were actually staying in LA. That's the funniest part about it. They just had came back for only like a couple of weeks. But either way it goes, the crime was, this is 100% all political, as though it always has been. Why is it political though, Nash? Because if you go look at the crime rate, it encompasses all crimes. It never gives you specific cause. It doesn't say because during that part of the year and the pandemic happening that everybody went inside, so the crime went down massively, and then everybody was forced back outside, but there was only 2 states that were open. That was Florida and that was Georgia. And then people started to flock there, and once people start to flock there, people start to see people that they don't like, and then we start to do stuff. And people got so much money that a couple of them got white start leaving bags hanging out the windows. People start getting their cars broken into. By the way, breaking into a car is a crime. It goes there in the stats. So this false promise of we're going to catch the head people who are of a bunch of organizations that are doing the killing and the stealing. Please remember, it ain't just the drug dealing part. It ain't just that. It's the killing and the stealing. When we were told 500 bodies. I mean, we're told 50 bodies, hundreds of shootings. And literally, reading the indictment, you don't get that. You don't get double-digit bodies. You don't even get double-digit shootings. So this is all propaganda to push political BS. Vonnie Willis is love. Love. She goes on the coach. She shows up in church. She got her strong black man, Susan. Even though it's from somebody else's marriage. Possibly. I don't know. I ain't got no proof on it, but that's what they say in the court, so I don't know. You know, the cheating man and a woman. Anyways, no. So today basically was essentially about ADA Sprinkle looking dumb as hell and not thorough at his job. I'm going to tell you this because I can't say nothing about nothing else. When I walked into that courtroom, I seen Sprinkle leaving out. That man looked flustered. He looked pissed off. You know, we all God's children, so it in the face and turned red. And my man was out here looking like a whole goddamn hot tomato. And he knew he messed up. So you know he's gonna do better because they know what's about to happen. In about 3 more witnesses, he'll be popping back up. And Gaither will be coming on the mountain as she comes. But I'm gonna be fair, I don't think Gaither really will be. I don't. She's kind of lackadaisical. She kind of seemed like, no, I don't really get it. And it is what it is. I don't think she has any hidden agenda. She don't give a damn. She don't really like Fulton County as far as the officers and all that stuff goes. The higher ups, not the actual police or brothers in blue, not those individuals. I'm not gonna say all that because I have no proof for that, and I ain't never heard of no crap like that. But what I will say is that man, Donald Thomas, ain't gonna get no justice. Some of y'all be like, well, he was in the street, he was a gang member and all that stuff and everything like that. And technically, you're right. But even within gangs comes a formance of bondage, of brotherhood, camaraderie that some have never seen. From what you can hear about Donald Thomas, all right, guy. Now, you can't say, hey, well, we did hear that he put the green light on Woody and put the green light on Doug. All right. If you want to believe that. And please don't feel bad for Miss Love. She's been lying. She has literally screwed people over. I have case upon case of her doing stuff. So her constantly getting prosecutorial misconduct, but it's possible about 4 months this trial is delayed. Eventually, Whitaker will have gained enough fame for this stuff. We see no political aspirations and all this stuff. Eventually, even she said it. Well, she gets a mistrial. The case will be over because she can't retry it. So I don't believe she's taking this. No, I don't believe she is either. Because if that's the case, somebody got to take the blame for the shit. That wouldn't be her. Who knows, man? I don't know. Subscribe to our bell, stay notified, share to keep your people aware. Give me your thoughts on this, man, because I know I got to go back on Saturday and revisit today and get some more nuggets. But shout out to Atlanta, man. I can't wait. I can't wait to fully move back to the city of Homestead and all this kids now. I've already lived here before, but now, bro, the love is real, bro. Love is real, man. The older cats, the younger cats, hell, everybody. Or even the police was like, man, keep doing your stuff on YouTube, man. Because I think what they understand is I'm not trying to come off as no tough guy. I ain't trying to come off as shit except for an educated man who did their street shit and I'm done with it. So it is what it is. I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, I mean, excuse me. Mr. Spricker, you can go ahead and step outside. Thank you.
Yeah, so my object, well, first of all, my motion is a motion for mistrial, based on the actions of the prosecutor. My objection initially to the item was that it contained hearsay. The state represented at the bench that it was not hearsay. It was not hearsay contained in it. We did not address the issue of what the state already knew, which is that there was a phone number attached to it that she was going to try to elicit testimony from this witness about who that phone number belonged to. That in and of itself is speculation, but it's certainly hearsay. The document can authenticate itself. I believe the site for that proposition is Twiggs versus State. It's 315 Georgia Appeals 191. So this witness can't look at a document and say that it says this phone number is from Justin Cobb's Instagram or social media posting. This is who it belongs to. So that was my objection. I believe the objection was well founded. I believe the state purposely put that out there after misrepresenting as to whether or not, based on that, I would move for this trial.
You may, Judge, can somebody put the document up? Yes, yes.
First, the state objects to a mistrial. Second, Your Honor, what Mr. Adams indicated that he did not want on here were the comments.
Yeah, okay. Comments generally being all the writing on the right side of the page.
Your Honor,
And so I said to you, is any of it hearsay? Is any of it being offered for the truth? And you said, no.
Your Honor, what I was asking the witness to do is to tell what was of significance to that number and what he did in terms of finding out and corroborating information that he obtained, because he obtained phone records. I don't intend that this evidence or this exhibit will prove or show that this is Justin Cobb's phone number. No, Your Honor, I'm asking him, and I understand the court, I'm asking him what handle it's next to, and Your Honor, what he did after seeing what he saw on this social media page.
You represented at the bench that none of this,
That being the writing on the right side of the picture, which we're all squinting at because it's tiny on the piece of paper, and so I am relying upon you to actually be honest with the court and opposing counsel so that we can deal appropriately with the evidentiary issue. Was any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no, and then you turned around, and after it was admitted over the overruling of the hearsay objection, based on the representation that nothing was being offered for its truth, you drew the witness's attention to the phone number and tried to have the witness testify to whose phone number it was. If that is not offered for the truth, what is it? Your Honor, it explains what steps he next took. It wasn't that he sat there and took this phone number and said, okay, this is Justin Cobb's phone number. He went and sought records based on what he saw on this social media post. So it's not, this post can't prove anything, but I do expect that the witness will testify based on.
Welcome to the Florida State. I'm Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you all so much for being with me. Don't forget that you can support the Florida State by going to thefloridastate.tv/donate or locals.com, and I do appreciate it. I have an amazing guest today, so get ready. You're going to love it. I have with me Reza. Am I right? Yes, sir. Oh, man. Reza Islam. He's an activist, author, and a member of the Nation of Islam. Thank you, Reza. Yes, sir. For coming on. I do appreciate it. Honored to be here. And so how did you get the name Reza? My mother gave me that name. Oh, you're born with it. It's not part of the Muslim thing. No, my name is Reza, so it is an Arabic name. But my mother gave me that name at birth because she's a Muslim as well. Okay. Absolutely. Really? Mm-hmm. So when you were a kid, your mother was a Muslim then? Mm-hmm. So you grew up Muslim? Yes, sir. Really? Absolutely. Have you ever been a Christian or you've always been Muslim? Absolutely. I've always been Muslim, but a good Christian is a good Muslim. Good Muslim is a good Christian. You know the definition of the words. Oh, okay. And what is a good Christian? One who lives according to the principles of God, of course, 10 Commandments. The word Christian or Christ specifically means one given power by God to crush the wicked, or one who is crystallized into the oneness of God. Muslim simply means one who submits his and or her will to do the will of God. So they actually don't contradict, they complement. And do the Muslim love the Jews? Absolutely. You love the Jews? Yeah, true Jews, for sure. I'm sorry? True Jews, yes. So you love the Jews? Mm-hmm. And I thought Farrakhan didn't like the Jews. He's like black-second Jews, and he would blame them for everything. Is that true or not? Oh, no. No, that's the separation between who are the true Jews and those who say they are Jews and are not. Same thing Jesus said in the book of Revelations 2:9 and Revelations 3:9, where he said, I know thy works. And when he's talked about specifically, he said, those who say they are Jews and are not,
of the synagogue of Satan. So there's a separation. It's like saying a Christian and a Muslim. Christians who do good things, those are Christians. But people go out killing, murdering, and raping, and they say it's in the name of Christ. That's not a Christian. Same thing with Muslims. They can't claim to be a Muslim or part of Islam. A Jew who does things that are evil, wicked, and goes against the principles of Judaism can't call them Jews either. So it's a way of separating people who don't properly represent the belief system.
Oh, I see. Let me just, and I don't want to get into the Jew thing because I can go all day in the Jew thing. I'm confused about it.
Okay, understood.
We have so many different kind of Jews that I don't know who the real Jew is. But let me ask, are the white Jews in Israel the real Jews?
Not according to bloodline.
Meaning what, in short?
In short, basically those who would be converted or converted to Judaism. So specifically those who are there now, the ones who came from Europe. You're talking about Poland, you're talking about different parts of Germany, those who came over in the 1940s, who were brought over, they were given access to go to different parts of Africa, they were invited, but they went into that area or that nation known as Israel or specifically Palestine. So these are white people from Europe, Poland, Germany, and other places who went into that part of the land known as Palestine. That's in short.
And so these blacks that are calling themselves black Jews,
Hebrew Israelites,
and all that, are they tripping or are they real Jews too?
I believe according to what they're reading in the Bible, based off of what they know to be true according to the words of God in the Bible, that they were qualified to be the chosen people, true Jews, Hebrew Israelites, etc. Which again, it's a lot. Like you said, there's a lot that goes into this. So you'll hear Hebrew, you hear Hebrew Israelite, you'll hear Jew, you'll hear Jewish, you'll hear all of that. But when it comes to those who are white, Caucasian from Europe, who call themselves Jews in that area known as Israel specifically, are not biblically specific when it comes to who are the true Hebrew Israelites, because now you're talking about bloodline, and bloodline goes into who are the original people from God. That is talking about Hebrew Israelites. That's a bloodline circumstance. People when it comes to Israel, that's a cultural circumstance, and now you're getting to what is known as Zionism. Theodore Herzl. Now you're getting into the Balfour Declaration. I know it's a lot. It's a lot, but so no. In short, no. But you should learn about the Ethiopian Hebrew Israelites, those in Africa, the true Hebrews.
Ethiopian.
Yeah,
Israel, and I met those, and I believe that they are the real Jews. Because they found them over in the Jew and that has not, whatever that happened with that. It was an amazing. But let me ask, what's important to you?
The truth and helping our people to live a righteous life in general across the planet.
And what is the truth?
The truth is thoughts and ideas that are accurate and correct based upon what is real. Now, again, that's a general question, which is what is the truth? Are you saying from a spiritual perspective? Are you saying culturally, politically?
You said that the truth is important to you. What is the truth?
Well, the truth is that we have to live a righteous life according to righteous principles in order for us to survive. That's the truth.
And how do you know that that's the truth?
Because it says in every righteous book, every holy book, every sensible when it comes to logic, reason, intelligence, doing good is what needs to be done. Doing bad equals a large level of consequences that end with destruction, end with debauchery, end with an ending of civilization for humanity. We must do more positive things, more righteous things, so that we can have a righteous life, a good civilization, a good level of, a good condition, I would say, for humanity.
And so, give me an example of doing good.
I would say loving your neighbor. I would say feeding the homeless. I would say educating children properly. I would say supporting the nuclear family, man, woman, and child. I would say not doing drugs. I would say...
Why do you call those things good?
Because they work and they are productive. They add to civilization, add to society. They don't destroy, they don't take away.
But I noticed that when people try to do those things, number one, they never work. And then number two, the people you try to do fulfill those things well, they never get better either. They don't work. And why is that?
Well, you made a statement of falsity as a fact and then posed as a question. So I'll say it this way. Do you believe a man, woman, child is a nuclear family? That's a God-centered family?
A married man.
Yep.
A real family is a married man with children. A man and woman with children.
But you can't have children without the woman.
I'm sorry?
You can't have children without the woman.
But they have to be married.
Right, so a married couple, man, woman, and the child.
And unless they have children, let's say they didn't get married, but they don't have children, it's not a family. It's only when they have children. Okay.
So a married couple, man, woman, and children.
Right.
That's a family. You would say that's the proper way of doing it.
Married man, woman, children.
Cool. Okay, so I would say you said there's nothing good about any of those things that I mentioned. Not doing drugs. You said there's nothing good
What's
about that.
good about not doing drugs?
You live a healthier life, more than likely. You have a clear mind, more than likely. You are not destroying your physical body, you're not destroying society, you're not selling things to buy more drugs, you're not addicted, you're not doing things that are negative.
And you call those things good?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you believe that human beings are in a fallen state?
Definitely.
And what is a fallen state?
Biblically, a fallen state deals with Adam and Eve after they violated God's law, dealing with being naked, biting the apple, etc., disobeying God's rule, and then it pushed humanity into a condition of devilish behavior, following improper practices, breaking laws, breaking rules, etc. So right now, what we're looking at is humanity where some people are striving to do good things, positive things, living according to righteous principles, whatever the belief system is. The other side, many of them are falling for the devil's tricks. They get involved in, again, homosexuality, drug abuse, beating each other, raping, robbing, etc. That's the fallen state. Everyone's not in that, but in general, humanity right now, I'll say, as Mr. Farrakhan said, Satan has entered into or has infected all religion and has infected all of humanity as it pertains to his hold and influence over human beings. Now, it's our decision whether or not we're going to follow Satan or not. That's the difference. We have to make that decision.
And I just want to know if you're following Satan or not. How would you know that?
Anything that goes against morality, good principle, morals, anything that goes against what is good, positive for human beings, that's Satan.
Amazing. So you've never been a Christian, you've always been Muslim, right?
Absolutely. I was a Muslim, but as far as the principles that Christians believe, so do Muslims believe.
And what made you decide to go Muslim rather than Christian? Well, especially knowing that Christianity is the best religion on this side of heaven, what made you decide to go Muslim rather than Christianity?
Well, I wouldn't say what is the best religion, because again, it depends on who is practicing and how well they understand what their belief system is. Because every religion has bad representatives. I just say it that way. Christianity has dealt horror to humanity. Islam has done horrible things to humanity, and so have people who practice Judaism improperly, have done horrible things to humanity. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism have done very horrible things. Then again, you have some people who follow the principles who do good things as well. So therefore, we can't generalize.
Why did you go Islam rather than Christianity?
Made sense. It was what I was raised a part of, and to be, and also in Islam, we study the Bible as well. In Islam, we believe in Jesus as well. As a matter of fact, in Islam, we are taught that you cannot necessarily be a Muslim and not believe in Jesus. It's just not the way that we were taught by white Christians who changed the reality of the Bible into a white supremacist form of behavior and thinking. It's the true understanding of who Jesus really is, what he is, who God is, who the devil is.
You don't believe that Christianity is the best religion?
There is no such thing as the best religion, except, as the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, that you should do what is good for others. So they said that is the best religion. But again, every religion has negatives and positives.
But of all the religions on the earth, you don't believe that Christianity is the best religion, number one religion, and the best?
Nope.
And why not?
Because of the evidence of what has been done in the name of Christ. Same thing has been done in the name of Allah. Same thing's been done in the name of Allah.
You can't determine or base Christianity on human beings.
Absolutely. Yes, I definitely agree. But if I just go according to the book, then we have to ask some questions. Because if you, so first of all, which Bible am I reading? Am I reading the 1611, the 1611 version of it? Am I reading the Cloverdale version? Am I reading the Tyndale version? Am I reading the Catholic Bible? Am I reading? See, first of all, again, it's when you say Christianity, then you have to go down the line of which Bible should I read? Right, King James 1611. If that's the one, there's a whole lot of backward things in that Bible. Then you go to the Tyndale version. Then you go to the Coverdale version. Then you go to the Catholic Bible. You have to know there are different scriptures.
Christianity on the Bible either.
How do you base Christianity?
On their belief, their knowing God.
Who knowing God?
The person who said they're Christian.
But you said we can't base it on
everybody that say that they have been born of God have not been born of God. They just say it.
But you say we can't base the religion off the people.
You can't at all.
So how do we base
You
Christianity?
know when you see it.
You know when you see it.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you realize
How do we know it,
that
Jesse?
Christian, you would know it by the light in them?
The light in them. So by the words. By the
Not
words.
by the words, but by the light that's in them.
How do you know a light?
You would just see it and you would know it. Now,
So
some
you just
people
see
be
like a aura, you just see the energy.
you would see the light.
See the light.
Yes.
Like this light.
In the person. Even brighter than this light.
Brighter than that.
Absolutely.
So
Christianity is the only religion that says that you must repent and be born again.
no, Islam says the same. So does Judaism.
Islam say that?
Absolutely.
What do they say about that?
Yeah, they say the same specific thing.
That you must repent.
Absolutely. You must repent. But specifically in Islam, it's referred to as atonement. So you must atone, which interchangeably dealing with repent, meaning you have to, one, admit that there's a wrong. Then you have to look at what the wrong was. Then you have to acknowledge it with the person. Then you have to seek atonement, forgiveness, etc. Then, of course, you must do that with God above all things. Ask God for forgiveness, mercy, etc. Islam teaches that. Judaism teaches that. Rastafari teaches that. Lots of religions teach that.
So do the Muslims believe that Jesus Christ is just Son of God?
And sometimes it depends on who you're talking to when it comes to
You're
the prophet. In Islam, Jesus is known as a prophet of God.
But not the Son of God.
Not the Son. Well, not even in Christianity is Jesus the Son. All throughout the Bible, there are people who are referred to as different sons. Son here in the book of Romans, son. I believe Ephraim is known as the son. Jesus is known as the son. Abraham is known as the son.
Let me ask, does your religion with Farrakhan, do you believe, or does he teach that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
Not the Son.
And why not? Why he doesn't know that he is his son?
No, it's not what he, as far as him knowing or not knowing. If you look in the book, the Bible, specifically, if we're going to say Christianity, well, the book, we have to look at which is the Bible.
Right.
And in the Bible, when you're talking about sons, or the son, say the son, well, where in the Bible is it only Jesus? Because there are scriptures all over the Bible.
Say it only Jesus.
Right.
But
So Jesus is a son, for sure.
I'm asking, do you believe, does he teach that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
Not the only son.
I didn't ask about the only. Does he teach that he is the Son?
Not the only son.
That's not what I asked.
That is what you asked.
No. Does he teach that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
Not the only one. That's the answer.
I didn't answer. What's up?
Yeah, that's the answer.
I didn't ask about it.
I love your interview style, Jesse. That's the answer. I love your interview style, but that's the answer.
But no, I'm asking just a simple question.
Yeah.
I'm talking about one person.
Mm-hmm.
Does he teach that that person is the Son of God?
Not the only son.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Does he teach that Christ was sent by God?
In senses, yes.
And what?
In some senses, yes.
Meaning what?
Meaning, just as every prophet is sent, for example, the Holy Quran in the Bible, but specifically in the Holy Quran, it says every nation receives a messenger, right? Specifically for one thing. But Christ, of course, was sent as the example, the living embodiment of an example of righteous conduct, behavior, etc. He was the only one. But that's why I said in senses, yes. In senses, yes. But there are other people, prophets sent as well, all throughout the Bible.
Does your religion love white people?
Righteous people, sure.
How about white people?
Righteous people of all colors,
No.
which includes white.
How about white people?
Righteous
Do they
people.
love white people?
Righteous people.
I'm asking about white people.
Yeah, well, all people of all colors. Righteous.
Do you love?
Nah, just righteous people. It includes white people.
Do you love white people?
Just people. If they're white, if they're doing good things, practicing according to their religious belief, that's positive. Sure.
I know that I'm black and slow and I still speak Southern English, right?
I'm not black and slow.
Right, I'm that's for sure. So, my last question, just to love white people.
In their righteousness, sure.
In their righteousness?
In their righteousness. Anybody righteous behavior? Sure.
So you,
for the most part.
But
my father was in my life in and out until my godfather stepped in around the age of 9.
Oh, okay. And who were you closer to, your father or your mother?
Mother.
And what was it like not being close to your father?
Didn't like it at a certain point, but at the same time I grew up full of brothers.
So I had masculine.
Your brother?
Absolutely.
Oh,
I always had masculine energy, direction, principles, discipline, all that.
that came from your brother and your mother?
Absolutely. That
And
is
so,
my disciples.
so your father had 4 boys first?
It's 10 of us all together.
Wow.
I'm the youngest.
Really?
I'm the youngest, but the tallest. But I'm the youngest.
Nice. I remember when black people used to make a lot of babies.
Some still.
I have 6 sisters and 5 brothers.
Really?
How many babies do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And which one are you as far as
The oldest.
you're the oldest? Okay. Okay. It's a big family.
I'm older than dirt.
This is real life, y'all.
And I can tell you, God made me, and then he made dirt.
Oh, okay.
He was like, what the?
So you were there before.
You need dirt to walk on, man. And so, did you fucking not be there?
Absolutely.
Did you tell him that?
Mhm.
And what did he say when you went and forgave him?
Oh, he absolutely, he was humbled by that. He was humbled by it because he didn't feel like he deserved it. But then again, he was there as often as he could be. It wasn't too often, but he was there. But no, we definitely reconcile. We have conversations. I just spoke with him yesterday.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Nice. And did you forgive your mother for the things she did wrong to you?
If anything was done, absolutely. Simple.
And you told her?
Absolutely.
You told your mother you forgive her?
Mm-hmm. And she said, "God says anything."
No.
And I said, "I forgive you." Had plenty of conversations like that. Plenty. And my mother actually transitioned 2 years.
Oh, because your mother was a woman.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. And so, because most mothers would not admit that they were wrong.
No, most mothers.
It's your father.
Oh, really?
Don't blame me. I did the best I could do.
Some do that for sure.
Blame everybody else.
Some do that for sure. But
Have you noticed that the hardest thing in the world for women to do is wrong?
Men and women for sure.
Have you noticed that about women?
Definitely. And men too. I've noticed that about women for sure. Accountability is a very big word that a lot of people don't want to face.
Why is that?
It's painful to find out that you were wrong about something. It's ego. A lot of people. Ego's big. That's a big thing, man. I don't want to know I was wrong, and I definitely don't want you to know, and I don't want you to say it to nobody because I don't want to get embarrassed.
That's ego.
Ego is big, man. Humble myself. I've been wrong plenty of times. I need to be able to be humble and look
Are
at
you overcoming your ego?
all day long.
And how do you know you're overcoming? For others who would like to overcome, how do you know you're overcoming your ego?
You have to look at yourself every day and test your maturity when people come at you with things that you are doing or not doing and how you respond to it. See, how we respond, as Minister Farrakhan said, demonstrates our level of maturity. How you respond. Somebody says,
Give me an example of how you respond.
If you say, well, Reason, I don't like that you did this to me yesterday. You lied on me. And if I respond, like, man, I ain't lied on you. Shut up, man. You crazy, Jesse. My ego is big. My maturity is low. But if I said, I did that, I'm sorry about that. No, I didn't even mean to do that. You know what? I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Ego is low. Maturity is high. So it's how we respond to things.
And do you ever get angry?
Yeah, definitely. Living in a world like this, Jesse? Yes. All the time.
You get angry.
Yeah, but again, it's how we respond, how you carry that anger out. It's not illogical anger. My anger is, I wish my people were not in such a negative condition. I wish humanity wasn't in such a horrible condition. I wish this government would stop doing evil, wicked things. I wish Satan would stop being Satan, but Satan gonna be Satan. You see, I have very valid reasons why I get angry, but I focus on doing things to change those things rather than just complaining about it.
So is anger of evil or of good?
Anger is simply a response, but again, it's what you do through it. Because you can become angry or upset about something, but what you do with it will determine whether or not you do something evil or good. See, that's where the self-control comes in. You have to exercise that. We can become angry or irritated about things, whatever it is. We don't have enough money, somebody cheated on us, we got lied on. Okay, that can make you upset. But what are you going to do with that upset, irritation, anger, etc.? What are you going to do? Are you going to do something negative? You want to hurt somebody? Or are you going to look at yourself, back up and say, okay, how can I solve this problem? That's how you can determine what's good or evil about it, is how you utilize and activate it.
So is anger of evil or of good, of God or Satan?
Oh, yes, of God.
You think anger is of God?
No, I don't think I know. God has become angry multiple times. What happened to Sodom and Gomorrah? What happened with Ad and Thamud and different parts of the planet where God became angry and destroyed whole nations of people?
And so you're
You do know that, right? That's the book, Jesse.
You're basing that on.
That's the Bible, that's the Quran, that's history.
Are you basing God's anger on human nature's anger, human beings' anger?
No, I'm basing it off the book because of what he said. He was displeased with what humanity had done, violating his rules, violating his laws, violating the principles. Like you said, the fallen state is because of things that people did to violate God's rules, authority, laws, principles, etc. So he became displeased with him, therefore angry. Therefore, he carried out his judgment based upon all that. Same thing that happens today.
So you believe that anger is good?
No, I believe anger has a purpose, but how you activate on that anger determines whether or not it's good or bad.
But God said that anyone that has anger is a murderer, and that you should never trust an angry person.
What scripture is that?
And it's in the Bible. I don't know.
If you don't know what
it's not like no scripture. What scripture? But
it's in the scripture, y'all.
Look it up.
I'll look it up. Y'all look it up too, please.
Yeah.
Right now.
God said that anyone that has anger is a murderer, and that you should never trust an angry person. Have you noticed that you can never trust an angry person? At some point, they're going to turn on you.
Well, you know, yeah, when you're angry, you don't make logical decisions when people are angry.
Right.
When they're angry, yeah. So that's a very
anger
wise thing.
is good and of God. Why would God said, never trust an angry person, and anyone that has anger is a murderer?
Man, that's an interesting scripture. So make sure y'all look up that scripture because I need to know. I need to become educated on that. Please look up that scripture. And also want to look at all the scriptures where God became angry and executed his judgment based on this anger. And he did murder. God has murdered most times, right? He's also flooded.
So you're not familiar with that?
I'm very familiar with God's anger.
He said that you can't never trust an angry person.
I think you're misinterpreting scripture.
An angry person is a murderer.
And so God's a murderer.
So are you saying, what I'm asking, you're not familiar with this scripture?
Well, you're not either. You didn't tell me which one it was. Or was that not? You're not familiar.
I know that you can know the truth without remembering. As a matter of fact, you're better off not remembering the scriptures in your intellect, but from your heart.
You're a pastor, right, Justin?
Yes.
What kind of pastor? You go buy the Bible, not in it?
I'm sorry?
You go buy the Bible, not in it. That kind of pastor? Because you just said basically you lead off inspiration. You don't read the book, you just go off of inspiration. You don't need to know the scripture. That's what you just said.
You should learn the scripture.
You shouldn't?
No.
But say it again, just say it again.
Because when you learn the scripture, it just becomes of the intellect. And the intellect and God has nothing to do with one another.
So God has an intellect.
Nothing in common.
No,
I want to go back to,
go ahead, Jessica.
God said that anyone that has anger is a murderer, and that an angry person do not trust an angry person. What do you say to that?
I say that anger is an emotion, and what you do with it will determine whether or not you're good or bad or evil or good. It just depends on what you do, how you activate through the anger. I've been angry many different times, which I'm sure everyone in this room has, but I haven't murdered anyone. I've never killed anyone. So, you know, I hear you, but I need to read that scripture. Just until I read that scripture, it's just coming from Jesse Lee Peters.
If you have anger, you have murdered them in your heart.
No, if you have anger, you have a human emotion.
Because you hate them.
No.
Anyone that has anger has hatred.
Anyone has anger has hatred.
Of the heart.
Where's that?
Salvation is of the heart, right? And if you have not overcome anger, your heart is wicked. And a wicked person is a desperate person, and you can never trust him.
Oh, so you're talking about a person who literally is angry all the time?
No, I'm talking about a person who is angry, period.
Angry even for 2 seconds?
Who has the spirit of anger in them.
Oh.
You have to overcome the spirit of anger.
You do too, just
because it's not of God. When I say you, I don't know how your anger works, but you have to overcome the spirit of anger. Do you have perfect peace?
No.
You don't have perfect peace?
I haven't met anyone who has that either. No.
Why don't you have perfect peace?
Because the world has so many negative things in it that create an imbalance in how we feel and how we are as a human family. I know for me, the reason why I don't have perfect peace is because there are so many issues happening in the world right now that need to be fixed. And I'm in the business, I'm in the mission of helping the people when it comes to these different conditions, just like you, when it comes to making the man, shaping the man, you know, bringing back principles to young boys, helping them to understand what masculinity is and responsibilities and all that, right? That's a work that you do. That's a work that I do as well.
But you can't fix another person.
No, you can give them principles, you can guide them, but it's their decision.
You can't even fix yourself. How can you fix someone else?
Well, we can all work on things, just like I go to the gym, right? I can't just say, hey, I'm fat. No, I go to the gym. You got to do some work.
Right,
you got to do some work.
But that's physical, and you're working on you. But the real person, you're incapable. can fix another person.
Yeah, no, it's their decision. They shouldn't fix themselves, but you can give them proper guidance, be a good example for them. If they take that on and they decide to change themselves, beautiful. If they don't, that's up to them.
Amazing. And so you don't, what is it like living a life without perfect peace? What's it like for you?
It's a lot of work. It's adventurous. So that way it doesn't get boring. You know, it's always something because you know that there are problems happening in the world and you want to change it. You want to help it if that's the kind of person you are. Now, some people they don't care, but with me personally, I like to help and solve the problems. I don't like to just complain about it.
But if you're not showing them how to overcome anger and have perfect peace, you're not fixing the problem.
Who's not showing them how to overcome anger?
You're not, because you don't have perfect peace.
Oh no, no one does.
And why don't you have perfect peace?
Oh, because the world's in the condition that it's in.
But what does the world have to do with you? You are your own world. What does the world have to do with you not having perfect peace?
Oh, everything. Because we have to handle things in the world. Now, but there's a difference. Now, if I were a selfish person who didn't care about anybody else or anything and just was all about me, that'd be different. But I'm not that kind of person. I actually love our people, number one, black people. And then number two, humanity after that. So I'm more concerned, not just about myself, but about others as well. That's just how I choose to live my life. But now with you, I don't know if that's how it is for you, but me, that's how it is for me.
Amazing.
Amazing. Say it again, Jesse. Amazing.
Let me ask. You're married, I know you're married. But
yes, sir.
Does she obey you?
Well, she obeys God's principles, and if I act upon those principles, she obeys God through me.
And does she obey you?
Absolutely, if I act according to God's principles.
And so does she obey you?
Absolutely, if I obey
Are
God's
you the
principles.
head of your wife?
Absolutely.
You are the head.
Yes, sir.
And does she obey you?
Through God's principles that I act through. Now, if I don't, if I say something crazy like, baby, go jump outside and do some backflips in the middle of the street, okay, she ain't gonna follow that because that's not according to God's principles. I wouldn't say that ever, but I'm just letting you know, as long as I'm doing righteous work, if I'm doing what I need to do as a man under God's authority, then she follows that through me.
And how do you deal with the hell in her when it comes out?
That's a rarity.
Because
I don't bring that out.
It's a rarity, but when it does come out, how do you deal with the hell in her?
In a very calm, intelligent manner, which whenever it does come up, because that's the other beauty of it too, I have an illogical woman. I don't have a woman who's just emotional, haphazardly, doesn't have any self-control. She's a very intelligent human being with self-control, with intelligence, with emotional intelligence, which is very key. What you're asking about is dealing with emotional intelligence. Does she know how to control herself? Does she know how to address her own anger, her own trauma, back up and handle that? She does. So it's actually a little easier. Now, I know a lot of relationships, everybody don't have it like that. They just don't. A lot of women don't have control, a lot of men don't. But I would say in my relationship, we're pretty solid over here.
And so for the guys who don't know, how do you deal with the hell in her when it does come out?
First thing is you have to, one, take a step back, so don't react. That's the first thing. You don't
You go, what the?
And she laughed, because she was like, "Oh, you right?" I was like, "Yeah, yeah, what's going on?" You know, because we handle things easier. But for a lot of the brothers out here who deal with that, first thing I'll say is make sure you have self control first, right? Because we don't want to just jump out here and react to everything. And that's when you see people on the news, domestic violence, murders, killing, you know, that kind of stuff, which is a real thing. You want to make sure your self control is up there. Number two, you want to make sure she has some self control and encourage her to exercise that. The biggest thing we as men can do is be the examples. So I have to put that in on myself so that she can see, well, dang, he does practice self-control. Like, I got to actually pay attention to that. Maybe I need to do the same thing. The other thing is, if that doesn't work, you need to get around the right people who also encourage self-control. That's why it's good to have married couples around you. Stop hanging around a bunch of single folk if you're married. You want other married couples who've been married for at least 10 to 15 years, who have righteous principles. They've been through the ups and downs. They can give you better examples of how to navigate things. Because a lot of people, they're very premature in relationships. They just get into it and they think they know what they're doing, and they've never been given counseling. They've never been given real guidance. They don't have any real principles under God to live by. They just do things because, oh, it's physical. I like you. You like me. We look good together. Let's make some money. Let's get married. So you have to be very honest, I would say. So she has to be honest with herself. You have to be honest with yourself. Adopt righteous principles, whatever religion you want to call it. Adopt righteous principles and be fair with each other, and also be patient with your growth.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I want to ask this. I forgot to ask this a long beforehand. I just want to ask, just to get some feedback. I interview and talk to other Muslims who are not a part of the Farrakhan group, right?
Nation of Islam, yeah.
And they don't like the Farrakhan group. They said those are fake. Those are not the real, true Muslims.
Oh, really?
Those Muslims who come from Allah people and
God is the greatest ever. That's right.
How come those Muslims don't like your Muslims?
Well, one, that's a very small minority. That's the first thing. Number two, because we believe in the last day, we believe in Allah, God, we believe in His prophets, we believe in the books that He brought, which includes the Bible, Holy Quran, etc. So we have the overall belief system. We believe in the tenets of Islam.
So you have that.
We believe in that. We believe in principles of prayer, zakat, charity. We believe in Hajj, going to Mecca. Exactly. So the difference at times.
Farrakhan group is a fake group, and the real Muslims are the Allah people.
Yeah, well, you have just certain individuals who say whatever they want to say, but as far as a dominant belief between both, the minister has been to Mecca multiple times, Elijah Muhammad, we believe in those same principles. Now, the difference at times normally is a cultural one, which is the difference between, let's say, black people in America and Arabs. You see what I'm saying? So not the religion per se, but the culture. For example, with me, I don't have a beard, as you can see, right? Now, in Arab culture, there's a beard. Now, in certain parts of Islam, they'll say that the beard, determines your righteousness. The beard is mandatory for certain things. But
so that's, long story short, that's why some of the reasons they disagree with each other.
Yeah, normally it's the cultural difference. It's very, very, very small, but overall, when it comes to the actual belief itself in Allah, God, His prophets, His books, prayer and fasting and charity and Hajj to Mecca and all that, we believe the same thing.
What a mess.
We do. Absolutely, it's a mess. The same thing with Christianity. There's over 200 variations of Christianity, Jesse. And people always arguing. And it's like, well, don't you believe in Christ in the last day? And okay, then how about we focus on what we agree on rather than focus on what we disagree on? That's why religion is looked at as a joke to a lot of people. Because people who are religious folk sometimes can be the worst example of human beings on the planet. Some of the most hypocritical, some of the most crazy. They do the most insane things. They say Jesus told them to do it, or Allah told them to do it, or this person told them to do it. And they do a lot of evil, wicked things, and they are not the proper representation of the belief. So I think we should be a better example by uniting with each other rather than disagreeing all the time.
Let me ask, were women created to lead or to follow?
Women have the capacity to lead, for sure. But when it comes to their creation, the natural order is God, or in the Bible say Christ, God, head of man, man, head of woman, woman, head of children. That's the natural order, and there's a reason. The nurturing spirit of the woman is to lead the child. She has a very particular role that is so important, that is separate from the man, but we complement each other. The man, we have the spirit of protection. We have to maintain, we have to
Do you
sustain.
agree that women were not created to be leaders, but followers?
Followers of righteous principles and righteous people.
Okay.
Absolutely, for sure.
Do you agree with me that the God above is the man's God, and the God below is the woman's God?
Who's the God below?
Satan.
Oh, please don't say this God of women.
Yes.
This is real life. This is Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peter's son. Hey, y'all. This is to our fake audience. Jesse, no, I don't believe that.
Why not?
Well, because without the woman, there would be no us. We wouldn't be here without the woman.
That's not true.
That's absolutely true.
That's
You
not
came from the
true at all.
woman, Jesse. You better stop playing these games.
That's
Jesse,
not true.
I heard you do this so many times now.
That's not true.
You have a mother.
Let's,
So do I.
let's go back to the,
You gotta stop playing, Jesse.
to the,
You gotta stop playing. Come on, man. I love it, man, because you're like, I'm serious, and I believe you are. I believe you. They told me that you were serious and you were doing this and it wasn't an act. I didn't believe them. Now I believe it.
thank you.
I definitely do. He said Satan is the God of women. You know what? I'm sure some men will agree with you.
But you don't.
No,
And tell me why you don't agree with that.
I don't judge. I don't generalize a person's entire character based off of certain actions or behaviors.
No, but not their personality. I'm asking you, why don't you know and believe? You should know this, but why don't you believe that the God above is the man's God and below is the woman's God?
Oh no, it's the God that you choose to serve. I want to say she repent. Okay.
Well, I want that part out. Forget about
Leave that part. You don't want a good point to hit you, Jesse.
No, we're going to get to that part.
We'll get to you, sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you get back.
Why don't you believe that Satan is the woman's God?
Oh, it's not just a belief. It's a fact that Satan is not the woman's God. Satan is the God of those who choose to follow him, man and or woman. Satan is the God of those who choose to follow. Remember, now when Lucifer fell from heaven, he took a third of the angels with him because they chose to follow him.
I know
So
all
it's a
that, but
decision.
why don't you believe that Satan is the woman's God?
Because it's not true.
It is the truth.
Satan is the God of those who choose to follow him. You know that, Jesse.
Where did you get that from?
That's in the book.
Where?
I just talked to you about Lucifer in heaven and those who follow them. The third of the angels. You a pastor, Jesse. Come on now. You gotta stop playing.
Let me just ask. Did Eve listen to the serpent? And once she listened to the serpent, Satan, she could no longer obey her husband?
She listened to the serpent for sure. And as far as the relationship with her and her husband, they both got punished.
No, that's not what I asked.
I know what you asked, but I'm just saying specifically. So at that point, she didn't listen to her husband at that point, regardless.
When Eve listened to the serpent, she was out one day getting some collard greens and okras.
Oh, so you said he was black?
And she would get some
Hey, Jesse, you on to something.
And so when she listened to the serpent, is it true that she could no longer listen to her husband?
Hey, if that's what you say, Jesse, man, because I don't know which Bible you're reading.
Is that true or not?
Is it true?
Are you?
I'm asking you.
No, what do you say?
Because you're rewriting the Bible right now, so I don't know which interpretation or which version you're reading. But of course, she did listen to the serpent, as you said.
And when she listened to the serpent devil, is it true that she could no longer listen to her husband?
Sure.
And so once she listened to the serpent, he became her God. Because she no longer obeyed her husband.
Anything you give your authority or power to becomes your God. Like we said, it's because she chose to follow Satan at that time.
So Satan became her God.
Yeah.
All right.
Just like anybody who chooses to follow.
Now, am I right about the woman? Satan became her God when she listened to him, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And then once Adam listened to the woman, did the woman become his God?
You could say that. Sure. Just
is that true?
You could say that.
And so
that's it again. That's not the book, though.
Now,
I get you.
Now, do you see that because of that order that went into disorder, that Satan is the woman's God?
Are you a Catholic? Because that's according to the Catholic Bible.
No, that's not even any Catholic book.
No,
I've never heard any Catholic say that.
What? That's the whole belief system. That's why the Catholic priests say we're having sex with little boys just because they believe the woman is evil and she's the downfall of humanity. You serious?
Let's go back to this story. So,
see now, look now.
Is that true? Is that so? You agree with me that that's true, right?
It's true to you, Jesse.
No, you just agree that once you listen to the serpent, Satan became her God, and then once the man listened to the woman,
you said
the woman became the man's God. You say, yes, that's true, right?
Whatever you say, Jesse.
No matter you, what do you say?
And it's not about what I believe right there. That's on you. And that's up with you
So
and
what do
the
you
man
think
upstairs.
about that when it happened? What do you think happened when that happened?
Well, there's a difference when it comes to the whole story of Adam and Eve, because you have to look at something called the pre-Adamites. So there's a difference there when it comes to those who came before Adam and Eve. I know the dictionary used to.
I really want to just stay with Adam and Eve.
I know. Your listeners got to be educated though.
To get understanding about that. You agree with that? And so then you see why I say that, why it is reality that
that the woman is the downfall. You're saying
that the woman is Satan's woman God, and God, the God above, is the man God, and that's why there is jealousy between the woman and man, because her God is jealous of the man, because God is his God.
Oh, so what about women who love men?
And the woman can't help herself. It's not her, it's the spirit that's in her. And they don't know and understand what's driving them to feel that way, to want man.
I was saying they have no idea. You're saying they don't know where it's coming from.
Right. Most of them don't even know that this was happening.
Do you have a woman, Jesse?
And then the man doesn't understand the woman is his God until they both start to seek for themselves, to understand the fall, and they can overcome it.
Turn from their wicked ways, see God's face, repent.
So do you agree with that?
I agree with the last part I just said. But I just
do you agree with that? What I just said?
I agree in general when it comes to us turning from our wicked ways, seeking God's face.
About and the way the fall happened. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
Even though you see it right now for yourself, you still don't believe it?
No, you just made a pregnant oversimplification and generalization about women based upon your misinterpretation of Adam and Eve's story. Now you can do that.
Even though
that's on you, Jason.
Even though you see it, you still don't. And right now you see it for yourself.
No, what we're seeing is a collection.
To accept it.
What we're seeing right now is a collection, a gumbo pot full of reasons. That's why people are doing what they're doing. But if you're saying the fallen state,
it's hard to accept it now that you see it.
No. The truth we can accept. But what you just said ain't the truth.
But you just saw that. You can see that it is true.
No.
And that's why we must return to. Do you agree that men and women must return to the Father?
Absolutely.
To Father.
All day.
And so if that fall didn't happen, why do they need to return to the Father?
Oh, that wasn't the only fall, though, Jesse.
I'm talking about that fall. If that fall did not happen, why do they need to return to the Father?
Because we perpetuate the negative conditions. We perpetuate disobedience. We perpetuate falling away from God. We perpetuate not obeying his laws. It's a perpetual thing.
Amazing.
I want to ask. White folks do it too, Jesse.
I'm sorry?
White folks do it too.
Do you love white people?
No, not like that. I love righteous people. Of all colors.
But you don't love white people?
Not in general, no. I don't think actually white people don't love white people in general. No. I love all righteous people.
Does God love all people?
Nah.
He doesn't?
Not according to the book.
So then why did he send his son Jesus Christ for all?
Well, you know what? I would like to know. You're the pastor. Tell us why.
Because he loves us.
That's why?
Yeah.
Okay. So he sent Jesus because he loved us.
You don't agree to that?
No, I'm being educated as pastor. So he sent Jesus down to be sacrificed on the cross, to die for our sins, right? According to what the book says. Right. And Jesus rose on the third day. Right? This is the story.
Right.
And the death, burial, resurrection, and he rose, and he's God, and we should believe in God, and that's why, because of that, right?
Because he loved you, he sent his son for us. But it sounds like you don't believe that.
No, I believe
the
book.
That?
Yeah, I believe the book for sure. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I want to make sure I understood what you were saying.
Do you guys?
This is funny, y'all. This is a movie.
Do you guys believe in the Sharia law?
No, Sharia law is more of a cultural thing.
So you don't believe in that?
No, Sharia law is a cultural thing. That's not what people have promoted it to be. Actually, Sharia law is not what people have promoted it to be. It's kind of like saying, do you believe what this version of Muslims believe or this version of Christians believe, but what they believe is not in the book? You see what I'm saying? It's more of a cultural thing. It's like out here in America, we don't have Sharia law out here. Black folks don't follow that. It's more of a cultural thing. Yeah.
So your religion doesn't support Sharia law?
No, not in the sense of how things operate here. Now, again, when you go to Arab countries,
That's their culture. They may have a different culture, which they do. They have different practices, they have different rules, different laws. In America, different culture, different rules, different laws. So it depends on what nation you go to. And of course, that's what they do, which means certain things that you violate, just know you can do certain things here that you cannot do over there, or you can do certain things over there that you can't do over here. So you have to just be respectful of whatever law is.
I know some Muslim religions, and I've interviewed people who say yes to this. They teach that you can have more than one wife.
Oh, in Islam. In general, yes.
Does your religion teach that?
No, not in the nation of Islam. We're not encouraging
You
that.
can only have one wife.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're not encouraging that, but I will say, just to make a distinction in the understanding, in Islam, in the Holy Quran, it does say you may take wives on by the 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s if you can deal wisely among them. I'm paraphrasing. If you can deal fairly and wisely among them, meaning they each have their own everything, car, house, land, property, etc. But if you cannot do that, one is good if you but knew. So the Holy Quran is very specific. It even encourages one wife. If you cannot give every one of these women their own everything, then don't play that game.
It's your religion teaches, if I'm hearing you right, your religion teaches that if you can't afford to give everybody, take care of them, don't have but one.
Absolutely.
But if you can afford it, you can have more than two.
If you can afford it, if they agree, if that's, and mind you, that was put into place because of wars that were happening. Men were going to war, dying in war, coming back, and there's tons of widows now who have no man to take care of their children because their husband went and died in war. That's a very specific thing. It's not just an Islam, that's an African cultural thing as well. So all over Africa do the same thing. Some parts of Europe, they believe the same thing. And even here in America, there is a huge movement of the poly life when it comes to polygamy. That's why white folks practice, black folks practice that. So, but in Islam, it gives very specific parameters. You cannot get a wife. And that's what we are talking about. Okay. Sure, but that's within reason.
Being the type of guy you are, entrepreneur, businessman,
it is for women, Jesse. I think you would agree on that.
Yeah, you're right. So let me ask, who are you?
Who am I?
Yes.
I am Brother Reza Islam. Plain and simple.
But who are you?
Let me get a little deep with you. Yes, a little deep with you. I'm a child of the Most High God.
Ooh. I know, but you told me who you belong to. Who are you?
Yeah, I'm Reza Islam. That's my
name.
That's my designation. That's
so your name is Reza.
That's the label, the identification.
You're a child of the Most High.
Yeah.
But who are you?
Well, what is it that you're getting to specifically? What answer are you already having set up that you want me to hint to?
I have none set up.
You know?
No, I just
let's see what your response is.
I want to know, who are you?
Well, who are you? Because I gave you what I specifically am saying.
You told me your name.
Yep. And I told you child of God.
And you told me who you belong to, right? Mm-hmm. But I didn't ask your name, right? And I didn't ask who you belong to.
Yeah, who is a designation of the person that you're referring to, which is this person.
Right. Who are you?
I am is Reza Islam.
That's your name, man.
Yeah, my name is the label designating this person. You're talking like you Jesse Lee Peterson. When you pay your taxes, Jesse, when they refer to you, they're not referring to this around. No, they're Jesse Lee Peterson.
But you're not able to tell me who you are.
I did tell you why.
Do you create your own thoughts?
Oh no, thoughts come from God for sure.
Do all of them come from God?
No, some come from Satan. Depends on who you listen to.
Which one come from Satan? How do you know?
Those that encourage you to do negative, evil, wicked things
come from Satan.
Those that encourage you to do evil, wicked, negative things come from Satan.
Amazing.
Those that encourage you to do proper things, righteous things, principle, founded things, those come from God.
Let me ask.
This is funny, y'all. Just dancing around with just like this is hilarious. You're gonna keep all this in, right? Please do. Go ahead.
If you let's say your parent never gave you a name when you were born.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you were born that day, they never gave you a name at all.
Mm-hmm.
No one ever gave you a name. Who would you be?
Oh man, I wouldn't know. If you're talking about I'm a child, I'm born, I don't have a name, I don't know.
And so, isn't that like interesting?
It's very interesting. Did you just make that question up to try to fill in space?
Isn't that interesting that
this is interesting, Jesse.
If they never gave you a name, you would not know who you would be?
Sure.
Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. I say you'll end up adopting the characteristic of the first thing that connects with your spirit at that point. Basically, so that's why people in certain tribes, they don't get names, they get characteristics. So One is called the powerful. One is called the wise. One is
But
called
that's
the
still
strong.
a name though.
No, it's a characteristic. So
But-
it's not. I'm not saying James the powerful. I'm saying the powerful.
But
Right.
a characteristic is still a name. They
Yeah, it can
named
be.
something, right?
Sure. But it's specifically more of a
the point I
characteristic.
want to make with that,
Mhm.
that if they never gave you a name, who would you be? You would be amazing. And
You cannot be serious.
and you know why you would be amazing?
Why is that just?
All of us would be amazing. You know why?
Why?
Because we would not have identified with anything but God.
I can agree to that. Yeah.
Because the moment they gave you a name,
Mhm.
you identified with the name.
Mm.
And the moment you identified with the name, you
Mhm.
forgot who you were.
Well, the meaning of your name
And
is very important.
prior to that, you knew that you, a little kid, you knew you were the son of God, right?
Well, my name,
But
you,
the
you know
moment-
you know what my name means, right?
But the moment that you identify with the name, you start identifying with that, then you start protecting that, and that became important. And one thing that led to another.
Well, my
And
name Reza literally means a gift from God for your travels through life. So it's a good name, right?
Amazing.
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 So,
My man Jesse, your name's on the Bible too.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I want to ask this because we're running out of time. You have told.
We're running out of time already.
Do you support interracial marriage?
I don't prefer it, but we don't have any control over love, true love now. Now, I'm not talking about a mixed interpretation based off of trauma or just lust or anything like that. I mean true love that is from God for real. Hey, hands off of that. That's true love. But when it comes to what I prefer to see a black woman with a black man because our people deserve it. And I prefer to see Chinese, white with white, Mexican, etc. That's what I prefer because people deserve to be with their own first. But of course, if love enters into the picture that is so deep for someone else, then okay, that's of God. That's fine. That's how that is. But I would prefer to see our people. Now we have been so destroyed, Jesse, as you have so eloquently taught so much, that we deserve to love ourselves first. Because if you don't love yourself first, how can you accurately and adequately love somebody else?
Well, I agree that I'm not against interracial marriage. If they want to do it, fine. But I think each race should marry their own.
Yeah.
And the reason I think that is because when you marry your own, black man marry a black woman, white man marry a white woman, and so on and so on.
Right.
It keeps the wholeness of it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't create unnecessary problems.
Sure. Yeah, it's a
Because
cultural
the kid-
thing. It's deeper, it's spiritual, and cultural. It's more natural, but
So I
again,
agree with you on that one.
absolutely. Oh, we have some good. Jesse Lee Peterson.
What a mess! So let me ask.
Yes,
I
sir.
noticed that you're really into the black thing. You say our people, our
Oh,
people.
I'm all into it.
And who, when you say your people, who
Yes.
are you referring to?
The black man and woman of America, specifically, and the melanated people across the planet. Those are people who have the dark pigmentation. That's from Africa. That's from Caribbean. That's the indigenous people of Europe. The indigenous people of Canada.
And so
all
are
that.
you every black person?
Definitely.
You're every black
I'm
person.
connected to them spiritually, and we're supposed to be connected as a people, as an overall community, although we don't all think the same, we don't all identify the same, but I have a deep connection to our people for sure. And then after that, I have a deep connection to humanity as a whole.
When I was growing up, black people were individuals. They thought for themselves, they did for themselves. They didn't need the leaders, the preachers, or anyone to tell them what they do, right? Because they were individual thinkers. They had families they did for themselves.
Got married, had businesses.
Why do black people need leaders now?
Everyone is
Where
leading.
they didn't need it before. What's wrong? Oh, what's wrong with the blacks?
You ask me, or you?
Yeah, what's wrong with the blacks?
Oh man, I say what's wrong with black people is we rely on other people too much to do what we need to do for ourselves.
Right.
At times we can complain too much. At times we fail to build our own things like we used to. Like prior to Reconstruction and all that, we had our own black towns. We had, or probably during and after
But
Reconstruction.
even then, we weren't thinking of it as a own black town or anything.
No, we
It was a
did.
town.
Yes, we were talking about Allensworth. We're talking
We
about
just a
African
town.
Town. We're talking about Tulsa. We had over 60 all black towns. Literally, we did think about it just like that.
No,
Because
it
absolutely
wasn't.
100%.
I understand some of the time that, but
A lot.
black people were not into the black thing. You know
What,
what I'm saying?
what were they into?
It's only came about after the civil rights movement. And
Well,
so,
they were
let me
called
ask you
Negroes.
this.
They were recognized as Negroes at
What's
the time.
wrong with the blacks that they need leaders now?
Well, anybody who deviates and goes away from logical behavior needs to be reminded and go back on the right path.
Do you need a leader?
Sure, in some senses, for sure.
And why do you
Until I'm
why
mature.
as a grown man, how old are you?
34.
Why as a 34-year-old man that, married, why do you need a leader now? Why can't you just be your own leader?
Because you don't have all the answers. Yeah, because you don't have all the answers until you get proper
God
guidance.
has all the answers. Why don't you go to God?
Well, that would make God my leader.
Right.
So we do need leaders.
Why not just have God as your leader?
Stop playing with me now.
Why
Just
do you
play these
need-
games now.
Why do you need a physical leader? Why do you personally need a physical leader?
Well, I don't need just any leaders. Let's make that clear. I don't follow anybody.
You don't follow Farrakhan?
Farrakhan. That's right. And you know, say it again. What's his name?
What?
What is his name? Say his name.
Louis Farrakhan.
That's what I follow.
And so why do you as a grown man
Yeah.
need a Louis Farrakhan to lead you?
Because a young lion only knows that he's a
30 years
lion.
old. You ain't no young lion.
You're right about that.
You're an old tiger.
I'm gonna be called that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. An old tiger.
Why do you need a leader?
Because people need an example of where it is that they want to go. For example, if
Why
I
you
want
go
to
to God for your example?
absolutely. So, for example, let's say right on this physical plane, if you want to become a millionaire or a billionaire, you want to look at those and study those who are millionaires and billionaires. If you want wisdom, you want to study those who have it. You go to the book first. You go to God first. Then you look at the physical representation of those who went to God as well. And you say, okay, it is possible. I can't do that. Why? Because I see the evidence in physical living manifestation. So you do your best to live up to that standard. One that God put there, and then from those who he brought, prophets, leaders, etc.
So that's why you need a leader at 30.
Farrakhan's my only leader. But yeah, 34.
At 34.
34. I'm not a little 30. I appreciate you.
At 34, that's why what does your wife think knowing that you look up to some other man to lead you?
Oh, she loves it.
She loves
She loves it. And he's not just some other man. That's the other reason why. He is, first of all, God's man, who we believe is living up to God's standards, righteous principles, and conduct. And because of that, I say that's a good example of leadership. I can't say that about anybody else. Well, yeah, absolutely, it is. And I actually want to give you this, Jesse, because
I know. Hold it for me just for a minute. Don't get rid of. Hold on.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I do want you to do it.
I will give it to you.
Let me ask. Are you voting? So you need a leader. That's interesting to me.
Well, you're going to say it's something about Donald Trump. That's your leader.
I'm going to ask you that. I'm sorry that you need a leader, but I understand.
But you don't follow Donald Trump.
But let me ask. Are you voting for the Great White Hope?
You will.
How about you? No? Nope. You're not voting for the Great White Hope?
I'm not voting for any of them.
Do you know who the Great White Hope is?
You call him Donald Trump.
Right on.
But that's your leader.
Why would you? No.
No, not your leader.
We hired him to work for us to make the country better in the physical.
To manage the affairs of this nation, right?
He's our
But the leader of America is not the
God
president.
is my leader.
God's
Well,
president.
and only God.
But the leader of America is
I
not the
want you
president.
to know that in the good old days when boys were boys and men were men,
Yep.
black men didn't have leaders over there. No one. As a matter of
It was our
fact,
father, our uncle. It was.
as a matter of fact, we were told never have a leader over you.
Who told us
When
that?
you become an adult, I'm talking about us. I don't know what they told you.
Well, you're not black though.
I am black.
You are black.
Black
Oh, okay.
people were taught not to have leaders.
Who taught us that?
Once you grow a man, you become your own leader. Our parents.
Well, no, yes, no, no. Wait. So the last part you said, absolutely. Once you become a man and you
18
demonstrate.
years old, not 34.
Oh, I'm with you on that, but that's so.
What?
Yeah, so following somebody is absolutely
Well, let me
good,
ask you
especially in
about
righteous principle and conduct, right? Like you follow Trump. That may not be your leader.
I don't follow Trump.
You don't?
I
Well,
follow
you
Trump.
are one of his biggest cheerleaders.
I know. Yeah, I love the Great White Hope.
Oh, see, now that's different.
He's going to make the country better. If you notice, he's like Jesus, right?
Oh, that's
I
Miss
approve.
Jesse.
I have proof.
You have proof. He's like
If you
Jesus.
blaspheme me, I have proof.
Go ahead, Jesse.
They try to kill him the last 2 months.
You know, Ms. Farrakhan has had
They
8
tried to
assassination attempts too.
No, I know Farrakhan. They tried to kill him. Donald Trump.
He said they tried to kill him.
Did they?
I don't know. This is news to me. You're telling me.
Oh, you not heard about that?
I'm listening to you.
You don't know that 2 assassination attempts were made upon the president?
I know that there are investigations taking place to determine whether or not it was an assassination attempt.
Oh, you don't believe it was?
I don't know.
Amazing. So you're not voting for him?
No.
Do you vote?
Not presidentially, though.
But you.
So I'm not voting for Kamala either. I'm not involved in that.
Oh, so you don't vote?
No, locally is more.
Oh, you
effective.
vote only local.
Local is more effective.
Okay. So you're not voting for the Great White Hope.
Nor Kamala. Nope.
So don't complain.
Oh, no, there's no complaints here.
All right. So I gotta put you on the hot seat.
Oh, great. I thought we were already here. It's kind of warm, but
I gotta heat this up, and I need you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
sure.
What is love?
Activities that are pro-survival, that connects human beings to nature, God, and the universe.
Is America the best country on this side of heaven?
It used to be.
Was it a mistake to give women the right to vote?
Giving them the right to vote was something that was funded by the Rockefellers to be able to tax half the population.
No, the question was it a mistake to give women the right to vote?
No, I wouldn't say that.
What is a man?
A man has morals, principles. He is a maintainer, sustainer, provider, and one who instills principles of God-based thinking.
Should an athlete like LeBron James stay away from politics?
I say anybody who's uneducated should, including celebrities and athletes.
I agree. And we especially, we don't want to know how they think. Is abortion worse than slavery?
Abortion is terrible, and so was slavery.
Do the Jews own everything?
Not everything, but they own a good chunk.
Is the earth flat or round?
It's, from my understanding, it's neither is oblong, roughly the shape of an ostrich egg.
A what?
Ostrich egg.
What?
Come on, Jesse, you don't know about no science. Come on now. They're gonna love that one.
Does a chicken have lips?
They have a beak. This is a real question. Let's go ahead, Jesse. They have a beak.
It has a beak.
Yes.
Is it ever okay to call a woman fat?
Well, if it's true and if you do it in a comedic way.
Did the bear shit in the woods?
I'm sure they do all the time.
Is sending your child to public school child abuse?
Yes, especially in the educational sense.
True or false? Every time a man listens to the woman, he suffers.
False.
False?
Yep.
Did you have fun?
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
This man just, hold on, let me do this. I know y'all better not cut this out. Jesse, you need this. I need it. We all need it. This is Intellectual Power. This is the #1 black-owned herbal brain supplement on the planet. It is vegan. It is 100% organic. As I said, non-GMO, no heavy metals, no radiation. Go to intellectualpower.net. This is something that is helping a lot of people all over the world. And as I said, oh yeah, it's 90 capsules of 1 month supply. Capsules.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You can open it and put the powder in your juice or water, either way, if you can't take capsules. But I believe it's something that will help you. I take it every day. It gives good energy, helps with sleep, helps with your nervous system, brain function, reproductive function, as well as digestion. So it's very, very, very good.
Thank you, man. And this is from your business.
Yes, that's one of my companies. Yeah, intellectualpower.net.
Right.
Yeah, so no, we're all working over here, Jesse. We don't complain. We get to the, helping people create solutions.
Tell the folks how to get it, contact your website or whatever you want.
Sure. RizaIslam.com. I don't think this will be the last interview. Me and Jesse, I actually enjoyed it. I really did, definitely. Absolutely. So RizaIslam.com, everybody, or intellectualpower.net for the supplement. I appreciate all of you again. Thank you again, Jesse.
You're welcome.
Yes,
and so you love black people?
More than anything else.
And you love white people?
Nah, just white folk.
Amazing.
Amazing. I think they'd agree too. Like, yeah, I don't like all of them. Yeah. But if they're righteous and doing their work, hey, cool.
Thank you all for tuning in. I absolutely appreciate it. Let me hear from you. Don't forget that you can support the Father State by going to thefatherstate.tv/donate or locals.com. Locals.com. And like, follow, ring the bell, subscribe, and what? Check out merch. Our merch, amazing merch. And let me hear from you if you have other guests that you'd like to see on the Father State. Producer at thefatherstate.tv. Thank you, man.
Absolutely.
That was amazing.
This is going to go crazy for you. I hope you know that.
Thank you.
A lot of younger folks will watch this and they're going to be very entertained and enlightened.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Amazing.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
This is a levitating world.
perfect for home decoration. I got it from TikTok Shop.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you were in a car accident in the last year? Yep, even if you weren't driving. Just click the link around this video to see how much you can get. You answer 4 simple questions and it only takes 30 seconds. If you missed work or got hurt by a driver in the last year, you might be owed money without even knowing. You can get thousands, maybe even more. Click the link now to find out. Over 25,000 people have gotten $15 million without going to court, paying big legal fees, or dealing with insurance companies or greedy attorneys. Even if you're a pedestrian, rideshare user, a cyclist, motorcyclist, you can get the justice you deserve. Look at Tina, for example. She had no idea her case was worth anything. But after she came to Case Connect, she got over $140,000 from an accident that happened more than a year ago. No matter what you thought before, you can get what you're owed, maybe even more than you expect. So we can't change the past, but we can help you get a good cash settlement for missed work, hospital bills, and property damage. Here's what happens after you answer the 4 simple questions. In a few minutes, a Case Connect specialist will tell you if your accident qualifies for major compensation. After that, you just tell them about your case and wait for a check. You can get it in as little as 30 days. Your Case Connect specialist will do everything to help you because they don't get paid unless you win. So to see if your accident qualifies for a major cash settlement, click the link below and answer 4 simple questions. Some people feel bad about holding someone accountable, but they don't want to cause trouble or look for scamming the system. Don't let that be you. You deserve compensation. It's your right. So click the link below and answer a few questions about your case. If you qualify, a Case Connect specialist will contact you with a plan the same day for free. Just imagine having an extra $10,000 or even $100,000 right now. Wouldn't it be nice to not worry about bills, rent, or living expenses for a while? If the accident wasn't your fault, you shouldn't be punished. So if you're still wondering if this will work for you, you haven't gotten a settlement, this is for you. The accident can't be your fault, and it must have happened within the last year. So what do you have to lose? Click the link, answer 4 simple questions, and see what your car accident is worth. I hope this helps.
Case Connect, Case Connect, it's the link down below and get paid. Case Connect, Case Connect, see how much you can get in 30 seconds for less.
The Diddy case. He's been arrested. He tried to put up $50 million bond, rejected. They say he's in the suicidal part of the prison or jail or whatever. But we've been talking about this. You've been calling the parties out. You've been speaking about the white parties and how you wouldn't, because this is book that came out of his wife, Kim Porter. She released a book allegedly, and she says how he had to do certain things to stay on a certain level. And when I read that, it reminded me of how you say you don't even want more than $500.
Every major person you know have been to his party. They're starting to release photos of Aaliyah was at the party.
Kobe.
Why you think nobody's saying nothing? They're not bashing him.
They're not following him. They're not nothing.
Man, they would delete my videos off their platform. Think about it. They would delete my videos off their platform. They won't even invite me. But he talking about homie, these allegations have always been there. So how they trying to, homie, they've been ignoring this, turning the blinds out forever. That's why I came attacking the industry, the culture, the community. And nigga, push back. And everything out of the it's been 5 years and it unfolded. And it's still no pushback. It's still no more pushback against Puffy. None, homie. Even when Charlamagne got him on the Breakfast Club and asked him about the video, when he said,
Hey, I'm Stephen Karst, co-founder of King of Pops. When I open the Zero dashboard, I can quickly see how my bank balances are doing, what money is owed, and what bills are going out, and that gives me a lot of confidence to make informed decisions.
I love how you scrambling and scraping it. Man, he didn't give no real pushback, homie. Nigga, even when Cassie came out, nigga, wasn't nobody at first. Nigga, they were still rocking with Puffy. about Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama. Nigga, remember Puffy was with them with the black vote. All of this have always hovered over Puffy's head as a dark cloud. And they know this to be true. But nigga, they turn the blind eye. Homie Puffy got some pictures. Man, with Donald Trump, Russell Simmons, way back when he was a young pup. Man, the white boy always find him a good nigga. Like Puffy. It's a nigga around here like named Jim Shaw. They use them kind of niggas to find them niggas out of our culture in the industry to go recruit the niggas and the girls that's down with the freaking. Everybody was down with the freaking. Puffy just the fall guy. Nigga, you know how many people shaking in their boots and some of them take? It's no different than Jeffrey Epstein's island list. Homie Chris Tucker name on it. There's a bunch of people name on there. But isn't it ironic that they give us all the details about Puffy and then give us no details about Jeffrey Epstein? So, homie, I just want to remind people, as humble and as meek and righteous you think your favorite celebrity is, they exist in an evil world. And for them to maintain in that world, they have to be okay with evil things. Whether it's T.I., man, you have to be okay with evil things because you don't get this high. Religious people have always said that evil things and evil high power or principalities exist in high places. Evil exists in high places. How do you think he could do that for so long? And now you got videos of later him coming out saying, man, they might arrest me for these kind of motherfuckers. Because most evil things is in plain sight. We just don't know what to look for. But I'm gonna say this. He ain't been accused of fucking no babies. So what he did to them people. Because I know it wasn't a freak out. It was a big orgy that they was having. And how you gonna fault me because I'm a rich nigga and I got these hoes coming in from Texas and they gonna come to New York and they go, but yeah, them hoes want some money for me to. How you gonna hit me with sex trafficking, sex work? Man, I'm getting these hoes something for that pussy. These ain't prostitutes. It's a first thing. I'm a rich man. Every pussy I get, I got to fly in from another state and be willing to give them something. Man, this the part of the rich and famous life. How y'all criminalizing this shit? So he taking the fall for something.
Do you expect to see CEOs and execs in these tapes that may come out, or more documents that may come out?
Everybody in on it, my nigga. Jay's, everybody in on it. You think all these people, we've been hearing all this stuff for all these years about the Illuminati, the parties, the producers cap. What you gotta do is do this. You think they're gonna give us everybody's name? They're gonna give us some fall guy names so they can keep going. It's still going right now. There was a party this weekend that was like Diddy party. We just don't know it. You think when Michael Rubin had a party and it's a 7-day or 3-day party and all the who's who, elite, they drinking, they getting, you think those sexual desires and urges ain't coming out at those parties with Michael Rubin? Robert Kraft was found in a massage parlor when he freed Meek Mill from the NFL. You think he ain't run that deep or let Meek run that dick through him?
Meek says he'll offer anybody.
Meek doing everything to try to disassociate himself. Because
$100,000 to investigate the case.
That sounds.
First time buying crypto? It's like a first visit to a taco truck. So you start with un poquito, the taster.
Sound like a guilty nigga. That sound like a guilty nigga, homie. I'm gonna pay $100,000. So man, I ain't finna pay a month. Thing if I ain't done nothing. Why would I do that and I ain't on none of the tapes?
Maybe because it's hurting his brand. He's coming out with new music and people are still talking about him wearing the same matching pajamas and shit like that. And it's hurting his brand.
Man, it's a whole bunch of people saying things about me and they lying. I won't even address them. I don't even address them. I keep moving like they ain't said. I'm not paying no $100,000 dude. I ain't doing nothing. No private investigator. Who they gonna investigate? Who? When the FBI got all the evidence. Who?
Do you think two men matching like that is suspect?
Gay in the bitch. You're gay in the mouth. That ain't no suspect. Yeah, this nigga spoon at night. Yeah. Yeah, two niggas.
But yeah, man, it's crazy. Just reading the book, the audio book came out recently. The kids claim it's not true, but this is a book that she wrote before she mysteriously passed away from pneumonia. And she's real detailed. She names a lot of celebrities in there, crazy names that I don't want to say because allegedly, you know, whatever. But yeah, she
Name one celebrity.
Will Smith.
We all know he like that bitch. He played in that movie with that white boy. 6 Degrees of Separation. We all know, nigga. We all know. But listen, my nigga, even Pac was saying. There's some videos even Pac saying. Man, this nigga got that money lifted. So homie,
yeah, Pac is in there, but Pac was in there for saying no, he didn't want to do a threesome with Kim Porter. Because Diddy was challenging Pac to have a threesome to see whose dick she would like more, allegedly. And Pac was like, nigga, hell no, I'm going home. This shit's strange.
Yeah, the mother. Yeah. These are black celebrities, homie, but we already know they all do it, homie. All the man, this is, homie, man, nigga, we ain't got no business entertaining this shit. Cause nigga, I'm getting the kind of money. Well, I'm finna start be having no one come this way and come that way. And I'm gonna have to fly me and give them some money for some of that pussy. And I don't need this being criminalized. Some kind of way, man ain't wrong for a nigga to pay a whole free. Nigga ain't wrong for flying no hole to sell pussy out of goddamn Indiana, and fly to Buckfuck, Mississippi, so we can fuck for the weekend. They ain't breaking no motherfucking law. And they trying to make this shit with players do law breaking. And they will players do.
So what is the baby oil? What does that stand for? Where does that come in?
You know them niggas wanna oil their bodies up and slip and slide when they slippery sex is like sweaty sex.
1,000 bottles.
Man, we fucking 1,000 hoes a year. Hell yeah, that nigga, when you got this kind of money, man, you can't imagine how much fucking niggas doing, my nigga. And we got all the people that like the, and we got all the kind of drugs to make you fast than you can normally. We're doing all the kind of drugs that damn near making niggas for 72 hours straight. And then not only that, they said the nigga had the IV replenishing clinics set up for when you done drain yourself and calm and getting pins, you get the IV fluid pumped right back in you and bring you back to life and go right back. Man, that's even heaven or hell. We just don't know. We ain't never been there, Sean. That got to be heaven or hell, one of the two. But nigga, we live in between. So our minds can't fathom what a nigga do with 1,000 big oil. You ain't know for 72 hours straight. And your dick hard the whole time. And all you need is just some water and a little rest. And you back 2 hours down the road. Yeah, we live in the middle, my nigga, so we can't imagine.
Gene Deal, his security guard, came out saying that, well, this was a few months back, but him and Ja Rule were in the room together with robes on.
Say what?
Him and Ja Rule was in the room together with robes on. Ja Rule allegedly.
They were. That what Gene said? Man,
Yeah, that's what
listen,
the security guard said.
Gene done snuck and got him some too. He ain't witnessed and saw all that, nigga, and ain't partaked and participated. They ain't gonna keep you around. They ain't gonna keep a nigga around to see all the secrets, nigga, and you ain't in on the secrets. We need some assurance, nigga. We need some assurance. Nigga, get over here, Gene. Gene. See, you Big Gene coming out too. That's how you know everything. He ain't just a fly on the wall just to be a fly on the wall, nigga. How you get to be a fly on the wall, Gene? How? To get to see all you done seen and you stay quiet all this time. How you get to be a fly on the wall is what I want to know. Same with like that Whack 100 one time. Who keep telling you all the gay secrets, nigga? How you getting all the gay secrets? Who trusting you and entrusting you with the gay vault? So now, man, you got to question the niggas that say they done seen. How you get to see that kind of shit, nigga? And they know him to keep it discreet.
But probably he was playing dumb, like he didn't act.
Man,
he was probably acting like he didn't see.
You done seen too much to know you ain't seen to play dumb. During the hiring phase, you think these people don't know what to look for in a man to trust a straight man around. I'm playing straight before the world, but in secret, my bodyguard know I'm a fruit boy. So I'm supposed to trust this bodyguard, and I fired him 20 years ago. Unless the bodyguard is in with what I'm in with, he don't get to see nothing. So, nah, man, I think everybody who saw something because they was a part of something. That's how they was able to see something.
You don't think anybody's innocent that's been around in pictures. Even Tyrese said that he went to Diddy parties, but he never went to the after party. It's people that went to Diddy parties but never went to the after party.
Two pair of funky lips will say anything. Well, they know what's at the after party. You never heard nobody speak on nothing. Why have they been silent for so long?
It's a lot of hearsay about what goes on.
That's what I'm saying. It's been hearsay. Why did it take the FBI, the government, to come in and say, man, we know he's been doing this. Here's what we got. When there's been hearsay about it all this time and all these years. He's been shielded by them. Huh? They never shied away from him. They know he's been beating up Kim Porter. They know he's been torturing Cassie. They know he's been doing this shit. So why nobody ever shied away from him?
Because he's fucking all the CEOs that's keeping the good, great relationships.
Man, somebody wrote a book.
All these CEOs are going to his parties. That's how he's keeping the leverage.
How you know, nigga?
I read the book.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say shit. You know specifics. How you gonna tell me this shit? Yeah, you know.
Allegedly.
Oh, okay, shit. It sounds about right. But he's CEO and he also an artist. The other celebrity. You're not getting invited to the party. Remember, they say you gotta tell him no. You gotta tell Diddy no, remember? So Tyrese said, I'm not going to the after party. Man, they all been to the after party. You mean to tell me when you first became a star and didn't nobody know who he was and you were trying to get in, you didn't go to the party? You got to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, nobody had pushed back against this culture that Diddy supposed to have created for us in the black entertainment world. There's been no pushback against him. When Jeffrey Epstein started showing up in places, white people started saying, hey man, what is that guy? Who is he? What do he do? How did he become rich? Man, they started giving a pushback. There was never no pushback against Diddy, even with all the rumors of him killing Tupac. So I don't think Diddy just got something on executive. He got something on everybody. I think Diddy does everybody.
My name is Maria Guevara, and these are my top 5 favorite things to do in Chitrivana, Indiana. My number 1 is Shauna Ray's Bakery. My number 2 choice is the Vanilla Bean Creamery. Number 3, the Blue Gate Theater. Alright, number 4, the Morton House Inn. And number 5, the Corn Crib Cafe. These are my top 5 favorite places to go in Shipshewana, Indiana.
Now, with Dell's AI PCs, teams can work as fast as a moving train, getting things done simply and securely. Staying in sync every step of the way.
I think he's everybody.
20, I think over 20 CEOs have stepped down. Kevin Lyles from 300, the Nike CEO stepped down.
The Feds,
feel like
the
that's a
Feds
red,
know what they got.
you feel like that's a red flag?
Yep. Yeah, the Feds
Or is this a coincidence?
I don't believe in coincidence. Y'all believe in coincidence. Yeah, I don't believe in coincidence.
What do you think is going to happen? What's your prediction on what's going to happen?
I think they're going after his assets. Yeah, I think they're going after his assets. It's kind of hard to predict what's going to happen, homie. Another black man go to jail.
And it's okay. So, do you think this is the end of the celebrity? Do you feel like celebrities aren't what they used to be? People are going to realize what goes on. Do you feel like
go ahead.
How we praise celebrities and how you used to say rappers aren't what they used to be? We don't care about rappers. Do you feel like that? These are the last days of us caring about the celebrity.
Oh no. Oh no. If that was the case, we wouldn't be talking about it. We would be dismissing of what has happened. But nothing's gonna change, my nigga. Nothing's gonna change. I think Puffy stays solid. Don't tell on nobody. Go do his time. And come back and still be the man.
I don't think you can go live a billionaire lifestyle, have your own private jets, have mansions in 3-4 cities, and you do your time. You're gonna do what it takes to get out of there.
Bernie Madoff did. He was all white man. Bernie Madoff did. Didn't tell nothing. Didn't get nobody up. I don't think the federal government wants anybody else. I think this is an order. I think this is they answer the call that's been made. I don't think the FBI wants anybody else. They're just answering the call. And the people who decide to answer the call, careers will be furthered off the publicity of handling this case, off the conviction of this case. But I don't think they want anything else. They don't want to uncover and discover what was really going on. They didn't want him to pay for what he did. And what he did wasn't what he did to these people sexually. It's what he did to the people with their liquor company. Yeah, this him bucking them people from their liquor company. This ain't got nothing to do with what he was doing with his dick, with these other hip-hop niggas. This is what he did with them liquor company people. They just using this to get that nigga. And they targeted his assets. That's why they trying to make it like he was using this. He was using this and was making financing off of it. So they trying to tie his sexual desires and his sexual party to his business and his enterprise so he can take from it. They got to do with their liquor shit. I mean, they got nothing to do with it. And they want us to believe that. And we dumb enough to believe it. They got nothing to do with baby oil. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. How that's illegal? How? When no underage girl, nobody has accused him of this. They charged him damn thing with down there with the same thing they charged R. Kelly with racketeering. Where, man?
You still listen to R. Kelly?
Yeah. So I'm smart enough to know this is bigger and deeper than what they're showing us and what they're telling us. This ain't got nothing to do with what he was doing sexually for the last 20, 30 years in the hip hop. As if they really care. This ain't got nothing to do with that.
Side note, I think we all still listen to R. Kelly.
Man, shit, we still, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think nobody stopped listening to R. Kelly.
Why won't we stop? R. Kelly didn't do that. Robert Kelly did.
You crack me up with these.
We don't write Robert. We don't give a damn about Robert.
Wake that ass up in the morning. The Breakfast Club.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV, Jess Hilarious, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. Jess is on maternity leave. We have a special guest in the building. Lone Rose filling in for Jess. We have a special guest that hasn't sit down. They're just walking around.
Yo, have you seen yourself? Look. You ain't see yourself. You see that right?
That's not him.
See yourself?
There's no way that's him.
If y'all think
we're just showing him his picture on the wall.
I'm here to play with y'all today. Well, God damn it, I'm not.
Let me show you.
I don't want to see shit.
They gave us questions.
No, you have questions. Can I ask you a question?
Did you have one?
No.
Okay.
No. Oh, this is special.
I like that one.
This one's you.
So where'd you get this from? Because this says, "See you at the car show." ... Diddy.
The streets told me that baby oil is how Ashy Larry became not ashy.
Y'all are simple.
As Ashy Larry, did you ever use baby oil instead of lotion?
How many bottles?
This is a weekend supply for you guys.
These are old.
Where would you?
I got it.
No, these are old. You know when you got these?
Why you give me socks?
Yeah, so somebody bring some hand towels in here. Nick, I want you to put this picture in here, right? You see this picture? Donnell in between Diddy's legs on a yacht. Listen, listen.
That was daytime.
You see that? In between Diddy's legs on a yacht. You think he got all of that baby oil?
Okay, let me explain.
You didn't buy that baby oil.
Let me explain. That was a day party.
Right.
That wasn't a day party.
This was in the gift bags.
No, that was a day party. I got the history behind that. That was a day party.
Okay.
And I'm not, first off, it's a very interesting situation that you bring this up, right? And I will tell y'all, and everybody knows, and I know I'll be criticized for this, yes. You know, Diddy throw some of the best parties you ever go to.
You ain't had to be between his legs.
But listen, you
gotta
know, I was between his legs. R. Kelly flew you in.
Oh,
wait, no, get closer. Get closer. Yo, you been trafficked. You been trafficked. You ain't been trafficked. You ain't been trafficked. I'm just saying, you ain't been trafficked. All right, I went to a Diddy party. Did you get trafficked or not? Have you been groomed since you got to the store? Have you been groomed? Ask your question.
I got a question. My question. Whose lap was better, Diddy's or Wendy's?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow. Well, you did sit on Wendy's lap. Charlamagne, you did sit on Wendy's lap.
Whoa. You're trying to skip the subject.
What?
Okay, what is the definition of trafficking? What is the definition?
When somebody flies you out, I'll put you on a boat.
With the
Both of y'all.
intention of what?
Sex.
Okay, I don't know that's the case with you.
No,
You
what
got
is-
flued.
Yeah, we were doing a mixtape.
And what? Did you ever see him?
No.
Did he have you in a special room?
Yeah,
Did he have
I had a
incense or
hotel.
anything?
No, nothing like
Did
that.
you ever see him?
No.
So you're a victim. You are a victim.
I'm not tripping.
You got traffic.
They
They say you got traffic. They said you got traffic so much you like a crossing guard now, son. Yo, that's what I'm saying. How you get? What song was playing? What song was playing when you was waiting in the room for?
No. What flew me out to do a
Flu.
flu?
Don't say flu. Flu.
No, he didn't flu.
Flu. You know what
We
flu
were doing a
means?
mixtape.
Bong, bong, bong. You know what flu means? He was mixing it up. Did you complete the mixtape?
No, I did not.
But question, was you sitting in between Diddy's legs before
I
the picture was took?
I
Or
slipped.
did you pose for
I
it?
slipped.
He
son.
posed.
You were
His
smiling.
His hands just be smiling.
Let me
Yeah.
explain.
You slipped and you were
Let me
smiling.
explain.
You were here.
That was a trip in St. Martin, some years ago. And he does a holiday party every year.
You were there.
And I was there. I was there with a lot of other people. It
Now
wasn't.
you want to snitch on other people?
Oh yeah, it was Dave.
Hey, this picture crazy.
I'm snitching. Y'all like, yo, it ain't just me. I don't know, bro. You said this. Yo. It's the whole bombing squad, right? No, it wasn't no snitch. This you gotta understand. You got this party, you got that party, and that party was a great party. My son was on that yacht with me. We had a great time. So I understand. Like now, if you say you went to any party, you just assume it was the freak off. That's what that. It wasn't the case, and we had a good time.
You never got
But I
invited to the
will
freak
say, I
off?
don't know what was in that vodka because it felt like I had a whole full head of hair on that yacht. I don't know. It was something special in that vodka. I felt light skinned for a second.
So that's why
I
you sat
felt
between his
like
legs.
No, I didn't
So
sit.
you started like rubbing the
No,
fake hair.
no. I didn't sit.
Yo, he was braiding your fake hair.
I didn't
Yo,
sit.
you felt like you had hair, so you said,
No, no,
between his legs.
this is his knee, right? You are leaning in on his these his two knees. These are his two knees. There's one knee right there. Now you don't recognize that knee.
So Diddy was pretending to
That
braid
ain't
your hair.
This is okay. So these are the knees. This
That's
is
Wayne
Diddy's knees, and
Brady.
you
That
were
ain't
in
me. That's
between.
somebody else. That is not me. I don't know
Hands on somebody else's knees.
But I'm just saying, okay, we can assume that every party he had is not a free party. And I will say, that event was dope and I had a good time. And I'm not going to say free Diddy or anything, but
That's all you gotta say. All you gotta say is, I had a great time.
this is what you doing? This not the conversation. Don't do this.
We are friends, and I stand by my friend. If you had a great time, I'm not judging you. His lawyer said some stuff was consensual, and then we judging.
Wow. And you know what?
Did you take your brother up?
You know what my brother said? I will say, my brother called me. He said, "I'm mad at you." No, he didn't say me. He said, "I'm mad at you." Like, and when he talked like that, you gotta talk to him back like that. He said, "I'm mad at you." I said, "What you mad at me for?" Right? He said, "Why you ain't?" This is what my brother said. He said, "Why you ain't tell me about the Diddy party?" He said, "I would have signed the paper and I would have brought my own oil." That's what my brother said.
Damn.
He's about that life.
Damn.
He about that life. And he said he want to flew you too. You want to flew you since you getting flued.
You hot out here in the streets.
Since you getting flued. Why we can't talk about that?
We just did.
Flew you too.
What you
You
got?
got no gut, man. What you?
I want to ask some questions.
You prepared your own questions. Because I ain't never seen it. How are you? I finished. How are you? The only question that I know.
Okay, here's the question. The only way for a person to truly grow is to feel small first, because when people truly agree with you, it's going to touch your inner child and bring you back to the feeling of fear and failure. Instead of taking criticism as an attack, how can you, and this goes to anybody in this room, how can you take that honest feedback and learn from it? How can you create an environment where those in your inner circle aren't just telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to grow? And that question is for you, Charlamagne. How do you answer that question? Let's discuss.
He wasn't listening to you. He definitely wasn't listening to you. He's just.
Are these like affirmation cards?
I want to talk about you and Dr. Umar. You had Dr. Umar on your podcast.
I did have one.
And he tried to do an intervention with you because you love snow bunnies.
First off, on Easter, I've been known to hop. I'll just tell you. I tell you. But Dr. Umar did do my podcast. It was good. It was good interview. No, I didn't have to pay. Okay. No, it was good. I think he has something to do with that too. You got a relationship with him. Yeah. Oh my God. But it was a conversation with you. He didn't have an inhibition. This is what every interview, every platform, this is what I wanted to do. Everybody has a sense of humor. Yeah. But you didn't know that Dr. Umar has a sense of humor. He's one of the most funniest people. All I see him is just part of his face that wrinkled up and yelling at somebody, right? Being African American. What is it? Being African. I think being African is, yeah, whatever it is. I did have a conversation, but I was like, do he have a laugh? And the first thing when now you could go, if you subscribe to my YouTube page, The Donnie Rollins Show, it comes out this week. But I had a very good conversation with him because every time you see him, he's always being angry. Why can't you create dialogue that you don't necessarily agree with, but disagree with without being upset? I agree. We had a great conversation. It was a great conversation. It's going to be on my show, The Donnie Rollins Show on YouTube. Not that you don't.
What's the tool to take off the blade? What is the tool called that takes the blade off the front?
I'm gonna get you. Don't do that. I'm gonna get you. That's just me. Don't do that. You know, I'm gonna get you because I don't see I'm gonna get you. Yeah. I take look, just like women do like that. If I did the cop show, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna pull out and I'm gonna get you. I ain't gonna play with you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna get you. Yeah, Lori. Next question.
Donnell too white. That's a thing. People say that
Too white? Yeah. You know what? I've heard that. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, this is the reason why. In this business, when we first started, especially Def Con Music and Circuit, right? We did not have a lot of outlets to showcase your stuff. So we had to create rooms. Terminal D, the Manhattan Properties, New Jersey. We had to make our own black pocket of comedy. We didn't wait for white people to say, "Oh, you come in here." Then a lot of comics in my era got labeled as a Def Jam act. Just completely Def Jam. If you did Def Jam, it was hard to get booked. Mainstream runs. They were like, "Just oh, he's a Def Jam act. He's be doing. He's only going to be talking about this." But but when I started, I realized that I need to do the chicken circuit. I need to do black circuit. But I always was interested in doing mainstream and doing other stuff than just for black people. And once in my community, once a comedian does that and he has the crossover ability, I didn't say sellout, crossover ability, they assume that you are a white comic. They assume that because I have a relationship with Joe Rogan and those people, they assume that. But anybody that comes to my show, you go to my show, you can't tell what my base is. When you go to my show, you'll see black, you'll see white, you'll see Asian, you'll see handicapped, you'll see he, she, days, and thems. And I've been able to do that. And a couple of years ago, you got guys like, like Earthquake, Samoa, Decent Don Curry. These are legends. And they've been doing their circuit for a while. They've been making a lot of money doing the circuits. You know, you see these concerts come around, you always want to hear their names. And I actually promoted once, and I was doing one of the shows. I said, how did they miss me? You know, how do they keep missing me? He was like, well, Donnell, I pitched you for this show. He said, but a lot of promoters think you'll like the reader. And part of that is because I'm sure that my association with Dave Chappelle, if you go to a Dave Chappelle concert or a show, it's a mixed group of people. But you know, everybody thought he was the white comic and Dave Chappelle show. I tell people all the time, there's no discredit. I was like, Dave, he was ahead of everybody. He started with around the minute types, right? He was like the chosen one. Whoopi Goldberg, Mel Brooks, he was a fan. And for the most part, the black community, they didn't know him like that. But the college community, like the NACA and everything, he was one of the biggest names on the college circuit, right? And Killing himself was so big. Killing himself. But really, and, you know, it's a credit to the team that he put together. I would honestly say the Chappelle Show is really what gave him street creds when everybody saw that he was a beast. Yeah. And you got talent that go through that. Chris Rock example. When Chris Rock was on SNL, I think he felt kind of similar to where I feel like, wait a minute, man, I'm black. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, I feel these white people mainstream, but that's why one of Chris Rock's biggest specials was bigger than black. And the reason why he has something to prove. That's why he chose to put it at the Apollo. That's why he chose to come and let y'all know, motherfucker, I can do this shit for white people. But I don't care how crossover you are. As a black comedian, nothing's going to ever make you feel as good as being able to tell your own shared likes, the stuff that resonates, the stuff you talk about growing up with housing orientation. That should feel good. But it's also something you said that you can cross over. When I started working in New York, the Comedy Cellar, like one of the best, it's one of the most prestigious clubs in the country. And I wanted to get past in that club, not to be a dude that hang out there and take the pins in the back. I was like, if you guys say this is where the best comedians go, that's why I want to be there. As soon as I got past, I started fucking with it.
That's crazy though, because I've seen a lot of comedians, white and black, and even the stuff that you touch on, the show I came to, I told you, I'm like, it was the Diddy Cassie stuff first happened. And I was like, if he don't touch that, he's not the essence of like, was it funny? Well, I was surprised that he did it. And then when he did it, it was so funny. And I was watching the crowd, I was like a little nervous because it had just happened.
But you know why?
People were,
it was, I forgot, I said something about, I know one thing too, for the towel, right? And I did that.
Somebody said before this, but they were having a great time. I was like,
And the reason I did, my brand, I hit your upside too soon down that wrong. I said to myself, like the rawest comedians are the ones that hit it right out. And whenever there's a joke that I'm nervous about, and I'm like, oh man, there's a chance that they may not fuck with me, I get canceled. That's the one I'm going to go to, because that's the one nobody else is going to. But also, there's a fine line of telling a joke and being disrespectful and out of pocket. Like I didn't make fun of that situation because I know that it was a bad situation. But the fact that this motherfucker ran out of oil and didn't drop that time, and he would hear my dexterous, he went from one end to the next end. They could not moment that was funny. Next question. Man, the kid even Matumbo died. Really? He died of brain cancer. So you mean tell me you're not really paying attention to all this? I feel like you have no respect for that. You got to the white thing or reading. No, I didn't find that was part of it. If you go to the podcast, subscribe to the Donald Rollins show. It wasn't that, but this is what it was. I was feeling like, wait a minute. There's a lot of white like a lot. And I said, you probably do all. No, they're still there. They still work for you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, okay. I just moved in. I want to be experimental. We're going to move it. That's what it was. Next question. You said a toxic man. I said, in that show, I said, what's worse than being in a toxic relationship with a woman is having a toxic relationship with a man that you work with. And I know this is where you guys can connect with that. The toxicity in this room. Y'all don't always get along. And the worst thing is, I know, but I said the worst thing is like having a toxic relationship, that should be reserved for somebody that love with, dating, married, or like that. When you start having that type of relationship in the workspace, that's what's crazy. But then you like, what the fuck, how toxic it is? Ain't toxic it is? Maybe you want to think, but it ain't toxic. I mean, I've been to different. All right, continue. I saw Teddy Swims. How do that? Gun, roll. I love that song. He thought you singing about Diddy. Sundown, controlling me late. Don't know myself. Feels like the world is on closing. You singing that song, both things, you see that? Yeah. I wouldn't say he said my dad, but he said it to somebody. But it was, I like the song. The funny thing about it, one guy singing, being fed a Teddy Swim, look like people don't swim, so that's very ironic. But I like this music, it's very passionate. And if you listen to that album, I think that I might say that. But that album reminded me of the mindset of when Usher did Confessions. Like his joint, somebody that's actually going through it in life and wrestling through the music. He's a dope artist. I think that album's on came out like last year. I tried everything. I know you're like that because you're in that therapy shit. That's fair. I don't like a lot of things. People like just, oh my God, this is my life. Okay, so it's like, thank you. We had a moment. We had our time. We had our time. The song. No, it's me. I'm the problem because that's when I was going to play my life here. Do you notice as mental health? Sometimes mental health. Sometimes you have to look in the mirror and ask myself, is it me? Is it you? Am I the problem? And even the relationship, like you were talking about on my podcast, I talked about toxic relationship with a guy that you work with. And this is why I had to self-check myself because one particular person I work with, I said, I'm going to do everything this person needs to make them happy or get what they need. I did everything. I did a pre-production meeting. I just did a lot. I was like, okay, it was an idea here. I didn't like the idea, but I said, you know what? I can be a guy like, man, fuck that idea. Or I can be the bigger person say, how can I contribute to make them happy? And I said, it's a bad idea, but I still make it work. I did all that, and then I came to work, and we still had an issue. And that's where the toxicity came in, because I'm like, I did everything. I'm like, and I snapped. The one thing I said about this podcast, I don't like this. What I'm doing now, it's not a traditional podcast. I call it a reality show about a podcast. Because some of the interesting things are the things we talked about before the show and after the show. And I didn't want to have a podcast where, you know, this week we got so. I wanted to sort of like, somebody says like almost like Curb Your Enthusiasm, the Chappelle Show on the podcast. You don't know if it's real, you don't know if it's fake. Sometimes it's a prank, sometimes it's sketches, but it's kind of different. And I think the pivotal episode is going to be the union. I haven't seen it. It's beautiful. It's not, don't do this. I wasn't paying attention to it. So anyway, but I think that this episode, it features Dr. Who. Get to see me different light. I got it. So what situation because I did like all that stuff happened, right? And so I'm listening to everything watching. How the only thing you have to say was I know that. I got October 4th, I'm being injured back to Victoria's Theater. Go with us, 10 to 12 and 5. I think a whole bunch of things. If you go to Texas, you can go to DonnellRoss.com. It's all my things. I'm booked up until 2025. And I will say this because the question is always, I already just did a special with a choice. The day that my special dropped, I was already 35 minutes into a new set. So if you come see my show, you're not going to do any repeat jokes, and it's going to be fun. You let your son watch your stand up? He performs. He said, oh man, I got to tell you, you know, every kid love that song. They're not like this. They're not okay. They're ugly. So these we have versions of like they ride the buses and like that. My son and his friends, they say the real song. And I like the song. I mean, they not like that. And their favorite is say Drake. I like it. You gotta get it. That's their favorite part. That's my place. So my son was with his friends. You know, my baby mother's like that. And they were just having a conversation, right? And one of them were back to your motherfuckers. I said, how old is your dad? I said, right. I said, how old is your mama? Right? They start, you know, the kids start adding up in their fingers. They start counting their fingers like this. And they said, oh, we know my father like that. So much, right? The kids said, hey, we heard you like him young. We heard you like him young. And I was like, stage. You don't go on stage. Like, he's funny, you live in John Kelly. I can't believe John Kelly's kids are more polished than me, and they take it serious. I think my son, when I want to speak, I think he likes the idea of like, I want to do it there. He's not taking it serious, and I'm not pushing in that direction. You know, anybody, you would think, especially if you got a son, you get every dad is feelings like this, oh, I want to follow my footsteps or whatever. But I tell him, I said, what you want to do? He said, I want to be an entertainer. Because I know when it comes to this job, I'm like, you don't do this. And I was like, why do you want to do this? And he said, can y'all pay attention to that? Trying to speak those things because I think they're funny. He's in his phone. The reason because my son doesn't have no excitement about it. And when I asked him, let me explain, he's just like, Daddy, I want to do this. It's not like that. I said, why do you want to do that to you? He said, Daddy, because you inspired me. I said, but the thing is, I told him, because my son sometimes he get emotional, right? And I tell him, I said, listen, if you're going to do this, you got to have tough skin. Because I said, 95% of the time, you're going to get rejected. People are going to support you. So if this is something you really want to do, you got to have tough skin to do it. But don't even think about that. I tell anybody that. If you can't handle the beginning of it, you can't handle being broke most of your career, then don't do it. That's why I don't encourage it, but I support it. Sometimes he wants to go on, sometimes he don't. He just cares about being in the room, chicken fingers, and temples with extra cherries. And you said it's not club now? Yeah, that's right. You can't put it everything you did it. Because it was slippery. No, it was slippery. I don't know about this color. That's real. Can you tell us which ones were slippery on the boat? The safe room. That means it's going to be like, it's a quality sock, and you go to DonNandRollins.com and you'll get it. But I really said, no, it's it was in my bag. Because I know I've been around you. You have a funny sense of humor. And she always, she'll call me. She'll be like, she's really excited, not about stand-up, but doing hip-hop. And I ain't like that. With certain people, I just think they have natural ability, and they should give it a shot. And I always, I'm not going to do that. I told her to come to my show in Jersey. You should let you inspired. Yeah, I did. Stand-up comedy is so different. Yes, why do you I wanted to improve improv. It's a fucking different thing. It goes into like right here and reporting into like just things. But when I said to on stage, I think comedians should be very honest with people who should not be comedians. Yes, honest thing to do on stage. You talk, we have a good time, especially if we're drinking. But stand-up comedy is listen. I hear it when you do the black women. This is how it's the Easter bunnies. Because everybody thinks you ain't done it. See everybody, and I don't tell everybody that. I don't tell everybody. The reason I see the position you're in, but I know you said you host things, right? They don't require jokes stuff. Like, what I'm saying is joke. When I told you, don't think joke, just be funny, just be likable. What advice would you give her? She's single. What advice would you give her? She's single. Why? She don't know how to shut up. Listen to my just go up to him. You know you're gonna science doing look at your face. Yeah. Say, shut up. So sick of this nigga. Systematic, Paul Walker, Jonathan, together. It's a boy, man, breathing. Cut it out. Can't have feelings to express their opinions. No, I was suggesting we come over to Clyde. There's a Clyde Day. We get together and just cry. But you can't just be crying every other day. Anytime something. You said just get together, have a couple drinks, just cry and get it out. You guys, the reason why. When you finally cried, your face looked like Tyrese's face. When you, that was you should cry years before that. Come on, son. He got mad. Son. He was like, yeah, I expect that. Because I get a mean with it. He took it personal. He said, was like, I'm not thinking he said your voice to your parents. What did that make a difference? I want to know. No, it was a voice. No, it was a text. The demon. You take it down. Now you take it down for what? For what? To please him? I was in there. You don't fuck with me. I just said cry, but I know you black people. You do. You sound like Stevie Porter and laugh at you cry. You need to shut up. You know what? And guess how many more better situations? If we cry, we're going to shut the fuck up. It was something with my son. I did something with my son that reminded me of a relationship I didn't have with my father. Mhm. Vital because I said, fuck with my childhood trauma. Immediately, all your mental health shit went out the goddamn window. You know what? It's funny. You did your son. I don't know. Saying this thing that you'll never do.
Our son just needs car insurance.
Why did the neighbor stay on the side? Stay on his and drop issues right covered. Stay on his head. Okay. I don't know exactly what I thought, but this is when I get the most emotional. When I look at my son at the age he is right now, and we have an experience that I didn't experience with my dad, you know, that's one of the reasons why I'm still so much into my son's life. Because I look at my son at 7, at 8, at 9, I was like, where was my dad? My dad was locked up there. So I get emotional about that. But I ain't about to tell you, I ain't feeling tissues, I'll be crying. And I just think that I do black things now. His clothes. You can cry about that. It's like, tough all your life. I'm like, I got super. You tell me, I don't like that word. Salam. Next question. Salam. I understand that where I don't want it from, it's from y'all. I know what I'm saying. When you was on there, y'all give me a but like that, and this is going back to the medicine. Is that what I saw was like our kids playing with these kids. I saw family connection. Again, I don't know what happens. And like I told you before, I don't know what happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, you got to leave before 3 o'clock. You have that body ground after that. I know people like, yeah, but you're defending. Anytime you say anything, that's a positive light on how you do a person. They say you support them, whatever. But I know the event that we went to and the people that was there, it was all positive. It was all positive, family oriented. It was a good time. That's what I know. All right. That's I bet you won't be here tomorrow morning. I bet you got to, and you're saying that for just, you should come back. Put some on your ankle, baby. See what I'm talking about? Tim's tap dial. You put your picture over there. picture on the wall with all the princess up there, and you're not a sister. Una, Salama Hamida. I can put a sister on that. There's not a lot of shit out on this wall. You got 85 songs for me. The level of disrespect continues in this room. I just want to say it goes in Chuck. You know what that means? Right. Shut up. Go down there. I don't know.
Trust me.
Make sure y'all go to down for all his toys. Subscribe to the Down There Roller Show. It's a new podcast. It's a reality show about a podcast. October 4th, I'm at NJ Pack to Victoria Thinker Secret. Victoria Thinker. What the hell? Politician making niggas go to sleep up in here. Cut it out, son. It was boring as shit. Wrap that shit up. Now, we were told by Cardi Willis because she was trying to get the ruling to get on the stand and just not saying, he told me to do this, he paid me for that, he's a shooter, he's a killer, and he's this. That's what you think, right? Lead attorney ready, well, AV ready on the attorney's channel, and everybody went with it. Well, it turns out we were distracted because the real person of it all is Lil D. And I will explain the we part of you know, this homie and all that, like that. No, it's not like that. I don't spare nobody. So let's get into it.
least 15, 16 times a day. Because I was known as inmate 67, 93, 46. I got branded at this unit called the Walls. And it wasn't a prison ready to receive me as an inmate. So they sent me to a detention center as a holdover before you go to prison. Full of prisoners, it's a detention center. At this detention center, I made my first mistake and correction. My mom, my grandmother, and my father all told me the same thing growing up. If somebody asks you a question, answer yes or no. Open your mouth and say something. My mother, what? If I ask you something, open your mouth and say something. My father, look at me. If I ask you something, you got to speak up, man. Open your mouth, you got to say something. Now, if you don't say something, you put yourself in a bad position. But this gives you time to correct that, though. Put yourself in a bad position. Gives you time to rectify that to see who you actually are as a man. I get to the detention center, and the warden, the captain, and the lieutenant, they see every inmate. They come in, they ask you questions. I walk in, the warden is sitting there with lieutenant, captain, he looks at me. Hey, what? Do you think that you can handle yourself in this prison? Instead of me saying yes or no, I'm on some indecisive shit. They gonna tell this man, we'll see.